Good morning, everybody. Benvenuti e buongiorno a tutti. Dobro jutro svima I dobro došli. I'm Ivano Magazzu. I will now switch to English. I know my Croatian is almost perfect, but okay, I will prefer to switch to English. And it's a pleasure to welcome you to this consultation event of the Italy-Croatia program 21-27. On behalf of the managing authority as well as the national authorities involved in the program, is a pleasure to meet here for the second time this year to actually fine-tune the consultation process and drafting of this program. Just let me remind you a few rules we will stick today in order to make an efficient webinar, because as you can see, we are now running this event today through the webinar facilities of Zoom, and we are almost all used after almost 2 years of pandemic to use these wonderful, powerful tools for online connections and interaction, but some rules will help us to do it better and to work properly all over today. So first of all, please be aware that the chat is not allowed for all the participants. You will be able to interact today, as you've seen in the agenda, through several elements and several tools. For sure, we will have the possibility to raise your hands, and for sure then the moderators will give you the floor. Then afterwards, you will interact with us, with all the speakers and panelists through the use of polls. And then, of course, if there will be any question from you by raising the hands, we will give you actually the right to talk, interact with the panelists and with the speakers. For sure, another important thing is for you to know is that we are recording the webinar. So in order to be compliant with the GDPR rules, if you don't want your image to be used, please, you are now kindly requested to switch off your cameras. And actually, also this will be even easier in terms of green print impact on the internet connections. From my side, it's a pleasure as well to welcome and to give the official greetings to Mrs. Arneri, Mrs. Kogusi, and Mr. Romano, who actually have joined us today, and that I will give you the floor very, very soon. Just let me remind you very quickly the agenda of today. After these welcomes and greetings from the national delegations and DMA, afterwards, we will move on to the presentation of the programming for the Italy-Croatia program 21-27 and the consultation process that will be actually presented by Mrs. Francesca Bonesso from the MA. Then we will go through the general overview of the program strategy, and this will be done, sorry, for the first point we will have, for the presentation we will have both Mrs. Francesca Bonesso and Mrs. Flavia Zuccon from Managing Authority. Then for the general overview we will have Mrs. Silvia Comiati from the JS. Then we will have the presentation of the answers collected through the online survey you have received, and especially for parts 1 and 2, Mrs. Tea Ivanisevic from the JES will present us this part. We will have a comfort break between 10:45 and 11, and then we will continue actually going more in detail per each PO. We will start with PO3 for a more connected Europe. And actually here we will have the presentation from the drafters of the IP, Mrs. Chiara Fattori, then also Mr. Hervoy Gran-Karic from the JS will intervene, and of course there you will have the first possibility to interact with us through the polls and of course the raising hands and Q&A facility of Zoom. Afterwards, around noon, we will move through the PO4, a more social and inclusive Europe. The methodology will be the same. We will have presentation from the drafters. In this case, Mrs. Chiara Fattori and Mrs. Anca Daniela Simeon, JS representative. And then, of course, always the Q&A facility and the raising hands for questions will be open. This will lead us to land, let's say, safely and active and interactive until 1, when we will have the lunch break that will last almost 1 hour. We will come back at 2 sharp, and we will start with the last parts of this webinar today. So we will move then at 2, we will move to PO2, A Greener Europe. And this time the presentation will be run by Mr. Bona, Mrs. Diana Grancic-Petrovic from Mr. Marin Miletic from the JS. And of course, we will have again the interaction through the question and answers of Zoom and the raising hands opportunity. Last but not least, we will move around 4 to PO1, A Smarter Europe, with presentation from the drafter, Mr. Emiliano Bona, and then with the contribution of Mr. Paolo Rotoni and Mrs. Natalia Adzic from the JS. Again, we will have then the possibility to interact and to ask questions. After that, of course, we will go through the final closure of this webinar today. So it's now my big pleasure to give and welcome here for the introductory keynotes and welcome greetings, Mrs. Stella Arneri from the Croatian delegation. Welcome, Stella. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all, and compliments for your Croatian. Just keep going. Okay, it is my real pleasure to greet you all on behalf of the Ministry of Regional Development and EU funds, and on behalf of our Minister, Mr. Mishak. And I would also like to thank to the Managing Authority, together with the Joint Secretariat of the Interreg Italy-Croatia program, for organizing this event. I also thank our Italian partners for their active participation in this, as well as all other program activities and events. Special thank to you, respected stakeholders, for demonstrating the goodwill and investing your time and effort in contributing to the programming process of the future CBC program Italy-Croatia. As you are all aware, we are currently in the mature programming phase, proceeding by months for dedicated joint work in the framework of the respective task force on defining policy objectives and corresponding specific objectives in compliance with the new regulation. During today's event, program representatives accompanied by the external experts will present the overview of the 21-27 programming and consultation process, giving you an insight on selected policy and also specific objectives, together with the corresponding activities presenting the intervention logic behind them. Afterward, we will also examine and discuss together the answers collected through the online survey with a particular focus on each thematic priority. So all collected answers are valuable contribution to the fine-tuning of the new program. So we are strongly confident that the future program shall pursue generating valuable and tangible opportunities for continuing of starting high-quality CBC project. CBC programs generally provide immediate, more tangible contribution to defining and removing joint obstacles, solving challenges, and consequently raising the life quality in the program areas. So the proximity of the territories does not necessarily presume common socioeconomics problems, but the CBC programs precisely act as common issues detectors and have the potential of acting as a bridge between territories and transferring the mutual differences into synergies. So we hope that by building on previous legacy and planning new cooperations, future project partnerships can manage quality cooperation projects that will be part of great use to the entire cross-border community. So I wish you all a pleasant and a fruitful working day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Arneri. Thank you for your very encouraging words and for, let's say, breaking the ice today and kicking, let's say, the words of this webinar. So let me now move and also welcome Mrs. Battestina Cobusi from the Italian delegation, who actually will also address us a few words for today. Thank you very much, Battestina, for being here with us today.
Thank you, Ivano, and good morning to all. It is a great pleasure to greet you on behalf of the Italian delegation and to be able to participate in today's consultation, which, as Stella already mentioned, is a crucial moment in the preparation of 2021-2027 program. The Italy-Croatia program is an invaluable instrument for cooperation with a country that is certainly an important partner for Italy. And especially territorial cooperation is a critical tool for involving regional and local stakeholders in projects that aim to address challenges common to the area cooperation, such as action relating to tackle climate change adaptation, but also to natural risk management, as well as to address, in compliance with the European Green Deal, new challenges in areas such as circular economy, biodiversity protection, and sustainable green and transport. And during the 2024-2020 programming period, we have seen evidence of the Italy-Croatia program's ability to achieve significant results in many of these areas. And these results will serve as the basis for 2027 programming. In fact, the areas of cooperation will be roughly the same, but the program blue connotation will be reinforced. And furthermore, we have to consider that the Italy-Croatia program is increasingly positioned as a key program in the Adriatic Ionian region. As you know, the program refers to and actively contributes to the USR strategy. And in 2021-2027, the program will be called upon even to strengthen this link, including by strengthening cooperation with other programs of the area in the implementation of the strategy's priorities and flagships. It will be therefore important to develop synergies with other European territorial cooperation programs with which it has greater complementarities, and especially with the Adrian transnational program. But undoubtedly, the success of the Italy-Croatia program depends above all on you as a stakeholder. You are the main players of this cooperation. And with this in mind, this consultation, which establishes your role from the programming phase, it is of particular value. And I therefore wish you all a good work for today's consultation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Battestina, also for this very precise inception on what is going to happen and how this program will be able to achieve some changes, very important changes for the area. And now let me welcome for his introducing speech also Mr. Lucio Romano from the Veneto region and representative of the MA. Thank you very much, Mr. Romano, for your presence here today.
Dear National Representative, dear all, I am pleased to welcome you today in this important appointment among the program bodies and the stakeholders of the next Interreg Italy-Croatia program. The Veneto region fully supports the implementation and enforcement of cross-border cooperation and the financing of action to ensure a more cohesion Adriatic area. In this respect, the involvement of the program partnership from the very beginning of the programming exercise is fundamental. In accordance with the European Code of Conduct on Partnership and with the Article 8 of Common Provision Regulation, the involvement of the partnership is indeed a key principle to be implemented during the entire programming process, and the Veneto region is applying it to all European funds in shared management. As regards the Interreg Italia-Croatia program, the Veneto region is committed to act as a managing authority also for the 2021-2027 programming period, and is putting much effort to submit and launch the program as soon as possible, ensuring a well-structured and shared program, able to take on board the suggestion coming from both the Italian and Croatian stakeholders. The work plan today is challenging. We are ready to present to you the architecture and the list of possible actions to be implemented by the program. We would like to have your feedbacks on the proposal. We hope that the internal staff and the experts will be effective in their presentation. Thanks to them, you have the possibility to ask them. I wish you all a nice and fruitful webinar and a bright cooperation for the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well for your motivational suggestion, Mr. Romano. And now we will move to the presentation of the programming and consultation process. Actually here, we will actually see where do we stand now as for the preparation of the programming process, including also what were the previous steps that were undertaken up to now in order to pursue the local consultation and also the aims of the method for this cross-border consultation. For this, please allow me to give the floor to Mrs. Francesca Bonesso and Mrs. Anna Flavia Zuccon from the Managing Authority. Francesca and Anna Flavia, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. I try to also share my screen. Thank you for joining our webinar and welcome to our consultation event. So my task today is to give you an idea on the programming and consultation process we are doing with our task force together with the managing authority and the JS. So until now, we made a lot of job together with the national delegations and the task force members. The task force was appointed on October 2020. And until now, up to now, we had 9 task force meetings, and we also established one informal working group working on ISO 1 and small projects. For this working group, we had 3 meetings up to now. And we also launched 2 written procedures in order to approve some technical and programming documents, such as the rules of procedures and the thematic scenarios and territorial analysis. And then, as you are here today, we launched the consultation initiatives at 2 levels, the national and the cross-border levels. And we also launched the C procedure, the strategic environmental assessment procedure. So what about the main achievements we joined today with our job? First of all, regarding the consultation process, we launched and we closed the consultation at the national level last April. And then regarding the cross-border consultation, we launched the online survey last September, and now we are doing our consultation webinar together today. Regarding the programming documents, we approved the very important document about the consultation plan last December 2020. Sorry. And then we also approved the strategic, territorial, and thematic scenarios, joining the final decision on the future policy objectives and specific objectives last summer. And on July, we also had the territorial socio-economic analysis that you will soon can read from our website, because it's going to be officially approved by the task force. And we really suggest you to have a look on this document, because it's really the basis and the starting point of our programming process. Then we also had some inputs, some technical inputs coming from the JS with some really interesting papers regarding, for example, the best practices and the thing to be taken into consideration coming from our current projects. Then regarding the EP drafting, we had the chapter 1 ready now, and we approved the first list of example of actions that we are discussing today with you and the target groups. And we are working on the indicators and all related issues. And we are also discussing some crucial issues regarding, for example, the small projects, ISO 1, simplified cost, operation of strategic importance. As I already told you, we are also working on the C procedure that we expect to close by starting from December, with the final decision making on this process. What about the consultation process? That is the main aim for which we are together here today. As I told you, the task force approved a plan regarding the involvement and consultation of the partnership within the programming process, in compliance with the European Code of Conduct on Partnership in the framework of the investment and structural funds. Another important principle that we put in this plan is the multi-level governance, because as the European Commission is asking us, we strongly believe into the importance to involve the partners in many at many levels, since the preparation towards the implementation of the program. And as a method, we decided to involve the partnerships at two levels, at the local one and the cross-border level. And we identified three main actions to involve the partnership and the stakeholders. The first one is the information. We are trying to disseminate the main information on our program website. We are consulting through the direct involvement of stakeholders through the programming process, like we are doing today. And then we are deeply involving through an active and ongoing discussion through, for example, in some technical and deep interviews, our relevant stakeholders. What about the local consultation? We had last April this local consultation that consisted into two webinars organized at the national level. So one for the Italian stakeholders and the other for the Croatian ones. We discussed with them 4 macro areas regarding, for example, the analysis of the needs of the program territories, the new policies, the user flagship projects with a particular focus on their expected impact and proposed actions projects, and the innovation in the procedure. So also taking into account a more concrete and operational point of view. If you are interested in consulting the results and the materials of this local consultation, you can find here the link. We will share with you and make them available, the slides of today's meeting. So don't worry, you will find all information there. And the main part of this local consultation is the involvement of partners in order to define and identify the weaknesses and the needs per each domain coming from the territories. So by using an online survey and then the webinar, we try to really focus on these needs and these weaknesses by synthesizing them with common keywords, and by voting them through instant polls during the 2 webinars we organized. And the results were included in a specific paragraph of the territorial analysis, which is dedicated to the stakeholders' involvement, and where you can find all the detailed information about this job. So we really took into account the stakeholders' opinions also in building our territorial analysis, and this was a really important involvement and crucial one. So what about today's consultation, the CB cross-border consultation? The method was almost the same we used for our previous step. We organized at the local national level. In fact, we launched the online survey through our program website, and also using an ad hoc mailing list we made thanks to the support of the national delegations and the task force members, with the aim to collect the stakeholders' opinions on the 21-27 policy and specific objectives, and on the first draft of selection of example of actions and target groups that was firstly identified by the task force. Then the online webinar is aimed to discuss together with you the program strategy, the priorities, and the results we collected through the online survey we launched during the previous 2 weeks. And then we will analyze and disseminate the collected inputs in order to fine-tuning the Interreg program before sending it to the European Commission. So who are the target of this work, of this consultation phase, second consultation phase? We wanted to join the wider public and so the general public. We invite all the interested people through our website. And we expect also to join some relevant sectors, such as the NGOs or the private ones. And we also included some relevant stakeholders. We involved during the previous local consultation. So the lead partners of the both Italy-Croatia and Adrian program, both financed and unfunded projects, in order to really join all interested stakeholders. And then also the territorial stakeholders, or representatives from Italian and Croatian, Italian regions and Croatian counties. The survey, as you have seen, most of you might have seen, was structured by 3 parts. This one you can see on my screen. So the first one was dedicated to the identification of participants, the second to the assessment of policy and specific objectives, and the third part was dedicated to the assessment and or free comments regarding the example of actions and target groups. The purposes of the survey were to measure the stakeholders' preference with regard to the next program's priorities and objectives, and also to collect concrete inputs and ideas on example of actions and target groups. Today event has the focus to present you and discuss together the future program strategy. For this, as Ivano already told you, we are having this plenary section in order to let all of you know the program strategies and the updates regarding the programming and consultation process. And then we will have some specific sessions addressed to stakeholders, taking into account their interest and their expertise per each specific objectives. And then during the event, we will use some. We are launching some pools in order to actively involve you during the webinar, and all these answers will be used and analyzed together with the data we have collected through the online webinar. The online survey. So our aim is to collect your suggestions related to examples of actions and target group in order to fine-tuning the IP to be sent to the European Commission. So that's all for my side. If you have any questions or some doubts, we are here and available and happy to reply you. Thank you very much.
Yes, if there's any question or immediate need for feedback, I will say, since now we are almost 160 participants to this webinar, I would say that you can raise your hand by just clicking the button raise hands on your Zoom application. So if there's the need for any immediate question and clarification now, please is the time for this. Yes, we have one hand raised by Mr. Roberto Perocchio. So I will ask the technical support. Now I will allow him to talk. Please, Mr. Perocchio, good morning. You're now allowed to ask questions to the speaker.
Interrompo la condivisione.
Hello, Mr. Perocchio.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now yes. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. No, I just wanted to understand if it is possible for the stakeholders to connect later for the session which is more interesting for them. For example, the one concerning sustainability and new solutions, instead of watching all the webinar.
Yes, in principle, yes. I mean, as you've seen, we have an agenda that we are actually trying to follow as much as sharp as possible. So yes, if you deem necessary to take part later on to the relevant session, for sure, that will be the moment. Also on behalf of the managing authority, I think that will be the moment. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome. And any other immediate reaction from the audience? You can always use the raise hands button in the dashboard of Zoom. If there's no more, let's say we can continue with the following part. That is actually the next steps for the preparation of the program. And it's now the moment for Mrs. Anna Flavia Zuccon from the MA to present us what will be the next steps for the process.
Thank you, Ivano. I wish just to add some few words to the Francesca presentation, because she present to us very in a detailed way the programming process that we did till now with the support of the task force and the external expert. So this is really a summary of the process. As you understand from the explanation of Francesca, now we are in the position to have some section of the IP draft already completed. As you probably know, the Interreg program provides a specific template for the IP. So we have to go through the specific chapter exactly as the annex to the regulation asks to us to do. We have already agreed with the task force, the joint program strategy. We have the justification of the selection of policy and specific objectives that are foreseen in the new regulation for 2021-2027 programming period. We have grouped these policy and specific objectives in priorities, as we had to say in this programming period, no more priority axis, but priorities. And doing this grouping, we must respect a really relevant criteria, that is to have the thematic concentration for our financing budget from the RDF fund for Interreg cooperation. In red words, you find the specific focus of today. We have to fine-tune these policy and specific objectives coming from the territorial analysis. And we have to fine-tune these choices with your support, with these cross-border consultations, in order to have really, and finally, the possibility to implement it, to complete our template with the chapter dedicated to the main target growth and the type of actions. On the last part of the slide, the 6, 7, and 8 points are dealing with some procedure, some internal action and activities dealing with the task of the program authorities. I mean, the managing authorities, the audit authorities, the JS, which is the fundamental technical support for the program, and how to spend the contribution of the union from the RDF fund. I repeat, above all, using simplification costs at two levels, at the level of the management and the level of the beneficiary costs and plan of the project. What are we now in front of us to do? We have other sections of the program to fulfill by the choice of the indicators at program level. I mean indicators for the outputs and the expected results at the general level of the program. Then the chapter of the financial, dealing with the financial plan. This plan will be split among the priorities. We are thinking about 5 priorities. And these will be the focus theme of our next task force, the 10th one. The program partners' involvement and the communication and visibility approach will be later on developed in the next 11 task force. But above all, we will explain in this chapter how we did this involvement. And Francesca already said that we did different level of consultation involving the territorial institution, but also the stakeholders and the potential beneficiaries. Just now, with the CBC consultation, the communication and visibility approach will be the way sorry for this using the same words, but this is a way, the way to promote the possibility of this program and to promote the aim of the Interreg cooperation, the cooperation at the territorial level. At the end, the work, the procedure, the written procedure that you find at the end of the slide is a specific procedure to approach a new item of this programming period, the project of limited financial volume. It is an innovation we are discussing at task force level on how to use this new tool for our program. So we will close our discussion with a written procedure. The last step, the timing, as you can imagine, is really challenges, will be, of course, the official submission of our IP to the European Commission. The offices are the offices, first of all, of the General Direction for Regional Development, the DG region. Our really challenges, I repeat, deadline is the end of this year. So with the 10th and the 11th task force meetings, you see before, we wish to be ready to submit the IP draft, and then there will be a negotiation phase with the European offices. This is my really few words, but I wish to give to all of us at the end of my intervention to be so kind as we are now, to be so very at disposal for their cooperation, and so to be ready to respect this deadline. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zuccon. And of course, let me raise again that this is a participatory approach, that the regulation are really looking forward and insisting on this point. So we are only here today, and as both Francesca and Anna Flavia presented, you will be as relevant stakeholders of this program, still continue to be involved in the next activities before the final drafting and preparation and submission of the new Interreg Italy-Croatia CBC program 21-27. So it's now moment to jump to the next part of today. And actually we will now have a very general overview on the POs and so the policy objectives and the specific objectives that has been selected by the task force, as well as the introduction to the structure of the intervention logic, and how, let's say, this structure actually is leading to the identification of specific example of actions. For this, let me welcome Mrs. Silvia Comiati from the JS. Thank you very much, Silvia, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ivano. Thank you. And I will try to be quick, as we are 10 minutes late. So I will go directly to the point. So my task, as Ivano was saying, is to give you an overview of how the program strategy has been developed in the last months in the work of the task force, as you also heard and seen in the presentation of DMA. So basically, I will tell you a bit what's behind the actions, the policy objectives, the specific objectives, and the actions that you have already seen in the survey, and that you will be confronting with in the workshops of today. Okay, so we start, the starting point of our trip is basically a very important input, which is the territorial and socioeconomic analysis. This is a fundamental document in the programming phase, because it is the state of the art of the program area in very different domains, in very different policy areas. And this gives a picture of the main challenges, the main needs, and what is the work that is needed ahead to make the program area a better place, and a better place to live and work for the people. The territorial and socioeconomic analysis is developed by an independent evaluator. It is discussed and presented in the task force, and it includes a dedicated and developed and very detailed SWOT analysis, and a list of challenges and needs for the program area. So let's say that the task force work on the program strategy really starts from the inputs of this important analysis, and indeed is developed really on these suggestions. As you can see in this slide, we have different inputs and different outputs in this process. As I said, the territorial analysis with the challenges and needs, and all the work that is done by the task force and all the members in this group of representatives at program level. And the output of this first phase are the so-called scenario, which is the way we want to see and the way we want to intervene in the program area with our program in the next programming period. And as a consequence to this vision, the selection of relevant policy objectives and specific objectives to achieve this vision. So to sum up, what is the vision that the program would like to achieve, would like to pursue in the next programming period, starting from the findings of the territorial analysis. You find it here in this slide, and we would like to focus on innovation in the blue economy. Blue economy is a very important and central aspect of our program. Capitalizing on previous cooperation experiences. So an important input in this exercise, in this work, has been the 2014 and 2020 experience, the program and the results achieved in this in the current programming period. And also creating synergies with user. Another important aspect, as was also recalled at the beginning of this webinar by the Italian representative. So an important framework in which we need to act also in the next programming period. So this is a bit how the program strategy developed. So starting from the analysis, as I said, the needs and the vision just described. The main challenges, the most important challenges, the burning challenges for the next programming period were selected by the program. And as a consequence, policy objectives and specific objectives more adapt to address these challenges were proposed for the program strategies. So important elements in this exercise were, of course, the detailed challenges, but and as I said, the results and the lessons learned from the current period. So this is the way our program strategy looks. We have 4 policy objectives, PO1, PO2, PO3, PO4, and these are those policy objectives that you have already seen in our survey, and that we will be going into detail today in the different workshops. As you know, we have organized 1 workshop per policy objective today. For each policy objective, specific objectives have been chosen, have been identified. As again, just recalling, these are the specific objectives that are more able to address the challenges. So the challenges for the next programming period, the challenges that our program area has to confront with. So for PO1, we have 2 specific objectives. We have 1.1, which is dealing with research and innovation, and we have 1.4, which is instead focusing on skills, skills for smart specialization, for industrial transition, and for entrepreneurship. For PO2, which is a compulsory policy objective for our program, we have 2 specific objectives, 2.4, dealing with climate change adaptation and disaster risk prevention, and 2.7, which is dealing with protection of nature and biodiversity, and with the reduction of pollution. Following, we have PO3, a more connected Europe, which has only 1 specific objective, dealing with national, regional, local, and cross-border mobility. And finally, PO4, dealing with culture, a more social Europe, and a specific objective 4.6, dealing with culture and sustainable tourism. 2 additional aspects to be taken into consideration in this strategy are the selection of 1 additional important specific objective, which is Interact Specific Objective 1, Better Cooperation Governance, which is dedicated to the enhancement of capacities of public administrations and stakeholders, but also to the identification and to solving cross-border obstacles in the area, in the cooperation area. Finally, we have two cross-cutting issues, which are basically considered important in the overall strategy and in all specific objectives identified. And these issues are digitalization and circular economy. Finally, I would like to give you some more words about the intervention logic as a whole process. So we have seen now how we went through the process from the territorial analysis to the selection of specific objectives. Here you see the overall trip in this definition of the intervention logic. So we started, as we said, from the challenges. The challenges give us what are the changes, the expected changes that we would like to see in our program area. And this is the point number one in this slide. These changes are measured by result indicators. This is probably the main difference compared to the intervention logic that you have seen in the programming period 14-20, because now in this programming period, result indicators are measuring direct effects in the program area. So the direct effects of the project in the program area, and not anymore, so let's say more the outcome in the program area, not anymore the impact, which is instead a task of the evaluation exercise in the program. Going on in our trip, we find the target groups. Number 3, target groups are very important aspect in the intervention logic, because they are the categories of people and organizations that we would like to impact on. We would like to have our effects, our changes directly benefiting on these target groups. Following, we go to the actions. So point 4 and 5, we have categories of actions that are developed per each specific objective. There are then broken down in examples, specific examples of action. And these are the examples of actions you have been asked to vote in the survey, to express your vision, your opinion on the different actions. And today we will also go in depth in the analysis of these actions. To conclude our itinerary in the intervention logic, we see number 6, output indicators. They are directly linked to the actions, so they measure and they quantify the realizations of each of the different actions funded by the program. And finally, a very important point, as I said before, the synergy. So the interrelation, the alignment with the macro-regional strategy, in our case USER. So the importance of this framework policy, which is of course impacting, and which is a fundamental point of reference in our strategy, and of course in our intervention logic. So this is a different way to see the itinerary, the trip that I just mentioned. So to go from the policy objective, the specific objective, and the different elements that you will find in the Interact program template, and you will find in our program when you will have it, when it will be approved, and when you will have to of course help us achieve the objectives that we have identified for the next program. And finally, to connect with what was just said by my colleagues, the program intervention logic is of course part of the general program template, the general program Interact program, and it is complemented by other important parts. First of all, of course, the intervention logic has certain budget allocations that are of course per policy objective. The intervention logic has a direct connection with the partnership involvement. This webinar we are doing today, we are implementing today, is an integral part of our strategy
of our program strategy in the definition of the intervention logic. So your contribution are a valuable input in this process. And of course, the connection with two other elements of the program, the communication strategy already mentioned, and the implementation of small projects or projects of limited financial volume that are a compulsory element in our program. So this is it from my side. I will give back the floor to Ivano. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Very clear and exhaustive, I would say, very logic, of course, and actually as the new template and the new requirements are obliging all of us to really address the challenges in our cooperation areas. And now I would like to give the floor to Teja Ivanisevic from the JS, who actually will now quickly introduce us to the answers collected through the online surveys already launched, at least parts 1 and 2, and also what are the main open issues and our interesting proposal already rising from this survey. So please, Teja, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ivano. Good morning to everybody. Okay. Okay, can you please confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes,
okay.
okay.
We can see it.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So good morning again. I will be very quick because my colleagues, Francesca and my coordinator, Silvia, already said a lot of things and we are a little bit late. So I will skip the part of the round of consultations that have been already introduced to you. As you know, we've seen each other in the first round of consultations, also on the online seminar organized for Italian and Croatian stakeholders. And then we proceed with the second round of consultations. In this second round of consultation was composed by a survey that was addressed to at wider public, all program stakeholders. So we sent the invitations to the mailing lists of 917 contacts and also opened it to everybody on our website. And today we are here in a cross-border webinar, which is also opened to all the stakeholders. We have sent the invitations to the mailing lists and have published also the news on our website in order to enlarge the audience of this cross-border webinar. So let's try to focus on a survey that was submitted to the stakeholders. We opened it on 25th of September and closed it on 8th of October with a purpose to know and collect the stakeholders' opinion on priority strategies and the policy and specific objectives that have been identified by the task force, and to collect some of your inputs to better define the actions and related target groups that will be implemented through the new program. So really quickly, we have just an overview on the survey of on the participants with some quick statistics that we would like to introduce to you. You can see that we have had in total 166 participants. The representation also per country is very homogeneous. We have a little bit more percentage on Italian participants rather than on Croatian ones. However, concerning the Italian provinces, as you can see, we have received the most replies from the majority of answers came from Venice, from Trieste, followed by Udine and Ancona. Also, we have some major answers from Padova and other territories out of the area. And concerning the Croatian counties, the majority of answers came from Dubrovačko-Neretvanska županija, more than 10%, and Istarska županija and Primorsko-Goranska županija, followed by Splitsko-Dalmatinska. Okay, concerning the types of organization, the majority of participants are coming from the university and the research center or other organizations belonging to higher education, more than 30%. And these are followed by regional public body category. What is important to say is that we have noticed a good representation, a good participation of NGOs composed by associations, foundations, and committees. As you can see, some more than 9%, and private and small and medium enterprises for 4%, some more than 4%. We have quite low representation of the social partners like chambers of commerce and so on in this survey, unfortunately. Regarding the second part of the survey, okay, you were proposed the table with the specific objectives that were decided by the task force, and of course in this part we asked from you to express your opinion, to express your preference level on the specific objectives that were decided by the task force. Okay, and basically this is the result. These are the results coming out from your replies. We can see that the preference, this is the distribution of the answers, and we can see that generally is in line with the task force proposals, and that the most of the stakeholders that have voted are preferring the environmental and green topics indicated over here. Okay, for the case of low interest, we asked you to express some free inputs on different specific objectives. So here we tried to a little bit cluster some of the answers. Of course, the general answers were that the low interest is due to the fact that it's out of scope of your institution, or it's not relevant to the core business of your organization. And also another interesting input was that research and development linked to the PO1 should have other funding channels, so should be, according to your opinion, financed by, not by European territorial cooperation, but some other funding channels. In European territorial cooperation, only small experimentation pilot projects should be allowed. Then we ask you to provide some other general comments and suggestions on the selected POs and SO. So here we tried to cluster your answers around the macro themes, such as mobility. For example, we noticed that some of the answers that came was that the PO3 needs more national competence, because according to your opinions, regional and local PRs have limited the legal and financial capacity. Also, there were proposed investment infrastructures for the PO3 and 4, and also enhancing the mobility during the whole year, not just in the season, by the means of pilot actions that would guarantee the sustainability and durability of the results. Okay, other topic is all about skills. There were different inputs that came from your side of different replies that say that should be upskilled and improved the skills, also the people that were excluded from the labor market of the employers, and also enrich research and development skills in blue SMEs system, in particular fisheries and aquaculture sectors. And what about the culture? Digital is quite important, and there was a suggestion to include it in SO 4.6, and also enhancing the networks of cultural institutions in order to increase the community awareness. And this is my last slide. Also regarding the environment, came different environment and the climate and green topics, which are the most the preferred ones. We had a lot of free inputs. So about the increasing seawater level, extreme importance was expressed. Also microplastics, floating waste, they are the pollutants in the Adriatic area. Okay. To be focused in Adriatic as a pilot area for blue technologies and sustainable management of these areas. And for the climate and green, there were also other inputs regarding the use of modern technology solutions and artificial intelligence that can support the implementation of all other POs, and also other areas of interest were energy efficiency, decarbonization, and use of alternative fuels like hydrogen, as you can see, and promotion of green transition and support for the enterprises green transition, and also, of course, on sustainable transport and green infrastructures and tourism. Another input that I have noticed that arrived was also closer, that was not indicated here. It was closer collaboration with EUSER. Somebody also proposed the involvement of EUSER structures and bodies in evaluation of the projects that are submitted for the calls. So this is all from my side. I hope that we are in time.
Thank you very much, Thea. Very clear and exhaustive. And I think there's no need for more clarification. Anyway, let me remind you, we will now have a short break until 11. And after we will come back already going in detail PO by PO. So there you will have actually the chance to interact with the speakers per each and every block, really on the concrete topics. Let me exactly. So we will now go for the break. We will keep this link the whole day. So actually, for the participants or interested stakeholders, only for one or two or more specific, let's say, topic, they could join all along the day according to the agenda in whichever moment they deem necessary. There is no need to stay if you're not interested in all of them. So thank you very much, and we will meet again at 11 sharp here. Thank you very much, and enjoy your comfort break. So welcome. Hello, everybody. Okay, welcome back. We are now continuing towards this consultation event today. And as promised, we are now restarting, actually going a bit deeper into the details of each and every policy objective. In this first block, actually, we will go now through the a more connected Europe, so the PO3. For this session, we will have the presentation of the example of the actions and targets, and then we will go through the related parts of the surveys. And of course, then we will have some interaction with you, the public, through the polls that will be launched at the end of the few presentations we will have for this block. And of course, the Q&A tool that is always available here on Zoom. For this, let me welcome for the presentation of the examples and action and targets, a group approved by the TOF, by the task force, Mrs. Chiara Fattori from Archidata, who is actually the main expert service supporting the drafting of the cooperation program. Hello, Chiara, and welcome. So the floor is yours for the introduction to the PO3, a more connected Europe.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My task today is to present you the proposed exemplary actions starting from policy objective 3, more connected Europe, and in particular specific objective 2, which is developing and enhancing sustainable, climate resilient, intelligent and intermodal national, regional and local mobility, including improved access to TEN-T and cross-border mobility. Given the geographical features of the territory, it is crucial to improve maritime mobility solutions and also exploiting the opportunities given by the new digital tools. Considering the importance of ports in the area, it is relevant to invest in sea-land coordinated approach for allowing a better balancing among local communities' needs and the logistical demand of the ports. Therefore, an important challenge for the area concerns the improvement of ports' intermodality capacities to make them greener, more ICT-based and secure, and more integrated with the hinterland needs. The proposed exemplary actions are expected to contribute to the achievement of integrated and sustainable transport connections related to ports. And in particular, as you can see on the screen, the activities relate to the definition of new sustainable solutions for access to ports and transport networks in port towns, which is activity 1. ICT, innovative equipment and small-scale infrastructure for improving environmental performance of ports, as you can see, activity 2. Then we have promoting innovative solutions for implementing the circular economy approach in the management of the ports. And activity 4 is fostering the use of alternative fuels and the diffusion of new ecological transport modes. Activity 5 regards the development of innovative cross-border strategies for interconnecting ports with railways, airports, inland terminals, and industrial areas. And finally, action 6 is about establishing action plans and common standards to manage security. As said before in the introduction, another main challenge for the area is to improve sea mobility solutions, setting up rapid, sustainable, and well-spread cross-border connections. Thus, the expected result to be achieved through the proposed actions is to increase the efficiency and quality of maritime transport. The exemplary actions are the following: exploiting of ICT for sustainable multimodal and transport solutions. The second one is about designing cross-border strategies for maritime transport to reduce road traffic and bottlenecks, especially due to tourism. The third one is about sharing expertise, developing common strategies, and training courses for traffic management. The fourth one is about promoting joint monitoring and data analysis to define policies for greener maritime routes and sea pollution reduction. And finally, the fifth one is about designing cycle routes to encourage intermodality also for tourism. As projects are expected to achieve concrete and measurable results, the program will, of course, favor the implementation of pilot and demonstration actions and to test the feasibility and practical effects, for example, through studies, research policies and agreements. We go then to the target groups. So given the typology of actions just presented and the expected results to be achieved, the program has identified the main target groups, which are local, regional, national authorities and other public institutions and agencies, port authorities and infrastructure providers, private companies, transport operators and their associations, and civil society organizations. So as you can see, the target groups identified include therefore public and private actors that will be involved or positively affected by the enhanced intermodalities capacities of ports and by the improved maritime mobility solutions. So that was all from my side about the actions related to policy objective 3. So I give the floor back to Ivana.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chiara. And now to move on with this part, I will give the floor to Mr. Hrvoje Grankaric from the JS, who actually, yes, will give us a bit more of information about the answers provided for PO3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Hrvoje Grankaric. I'm the project manager at the JS, and I will present the results of survey related to PO3. I see many familiar faces since I'm following the majority of the projects dealing with maritime transport within the current program. So hi to everyone. Yeah, we can start with the first SO 3.2. I kindly ask Sylvia to skip to the next slide. Yes, thank you. Yeah, as you can see on the graph, we have a distribution of your answers. There was 5 options of your expressing your preference for the different actions and target group as well. So maybe it's not the most intuitive way of showing the results, but I think we will see some patterns clearly. Well, this survey is related to the challenge 18, improve the intermodal capacities of ports to make them greener, more ICT-based, secure, effective, and more integrated with the hinterland needs. And first start with the target group. We see that there's a high preference expressed by the majority of stakeholders. So they are well chosen, we may assume. And moving on to the actions, there's quite also high preference for the majority of actions. I would say the action 1, 2, 4, and 5 have the highest percentage of the extremely interested answers. So I can again read it because it's very important that we use this hour to really carefully read word by word each action, because this is the point to fine-tune them to see whether we can change something and adapt it. So the action 1, setting up common analysis and data exchanges on existing connections in order to define new sustainable solutions for the access to ports and the integration of transport networks in port towns. Action 2, improving the environmental performance of ports by supporting sustainable, suitable small-scale infrastructures and innovative equipment, ICT tools, also in order to improve boarding, disembarking procedures. Then with a higher preference for action 4, fostering the use of alternative fuels and the diffusion of new ecological transport modes. And action 5, developing innovative cross-border strategies for logistic and mobility solutions, interconnecting ports with railways, airports, inland terminals, industrial areas in order to enhance the processing of passengers and freight. Also, relatively speaking, somewhere in the middle, based on your answers, is action 6, establishing action plans and common standards to manage physical and cyber security of freight and passengers transports, also in real time through the use of ICT and web-based tools. And the lowest response was, and the interest expressed by the stakeholders were related to action 3, promoting innovative solutions for implementing the circular economy approach in the management of ports. I encourage you now to think about all this section, pose some questions. We will have some polls also organized after the presentation, but for now, just feel free to write down the questions in the question section, and then we can also discuss these actions afterwards. We can go to the next slide. So within the survey, there was the option also to write down some more concrete suggestions. There was 2 suggestions here, putting a stronger emphasis on actions with a real cross-border dimension, and also emphasis on actions with a concrete impact, of course, on both sides of the border. Well, the second suggestion was about the focus on ports, and there is a question: could we refer to intermodality in general? I could answer this shortly right away. Yes, there is a possibility to talk and to design your projects referring to intermodality in general, and especially within the next challenge. But this challenge and this result is its main focus is on ports. So continuing on this thought on intermodality, we can go to the next challenge 20, setting up a rapid, sustainable, and well-spread cross-border connections. Well, just to address the target groups, here we have a high, based on your answer, we see that there's a high relevance of the chosen target groups. So I think they are well chosen. But there's a bit more heterogenic distribution of your preference when it comes to the actions. There seems to be most of you that chosen the extremely interested option for action 5. So designing cycle routes of macro regional relevance and testing new services to encourage intermodality, also considering tourism needs. And we have here some examples: bike and train, ferry, tram, bus, plane. So all modalities of the transport can be included here. This action is, for me, it was logical that it is the most preferred action because it's broadly designed and it could encompass a wide variety of pilot action, which are also very shown as a very successful way of achieving the results within the current period. So I think it will be favored by a very large part of the project, but also regarding the other actions, they are well also recognized as relevant for you. Action 1, exploiting ICT technologies to pilot sustainable seamless passenger and freight transport solutions and to develop new joint models of multimodal approach. Then I would skip to Action 3, sharing expertise, developing common strategies and organizing training courses for traffic management in the coastal and inner areas. And Action 4, promoting joint monitoring and data analysis, helping defining cross-border policies on greener maritime routes and sea pollution reduction. Well, as I see it, there is just one action that is a bit less relevant, although I wouldn't say it was completely assessed as non-relevant, but compared to others, relatively speaking, the Action 2 received a lesser amount of answers extremely or very interested. The Action 2, designing cross-border strategies for maritime transport, including new maritime lines and interchange nodes in order to reduce seasonal road traffic and bottlenecks in coastal and inner areas, especially due to tourism. I think the reason would be this word new maritime lines, because this is something which also in our current programming proved as somewhat difficult to achieve within an ETC project, also considering the different levels to be included of government and also stated rules, etc. We can move on to the suggestions related to this challenge. Please, Sylvia, to the next slide. Okay, so again, this is the repeated comment, stronger emphasis on CBC dimension and concrete impact. Okay, there's this comment which we internally also discussed regarding the urban mobility. Maybe Sylvia can afterwards jump in. So it is not part of focus of our next program. Then we had promoting exchanges between the main actors, authorities, public institutions with the common organization of workshops, seminar, dedicated courses, and involvement also of common user. I could answer this that, of course, including the common users as final target groups, ultimate target groups, is part of every activity, almost every activity, that's the ultimate goal, to influence the common user. So yeah, even if they are not specifically mentioned within the actions themselves, they are of course included in those actions as yeah. It's per default, let's say. Challenge 20, goals are more related to market than policy. Consequently, actions are limited because of the state aid rules in transport sector. Yes, this is a very valuable comment, and we will take that into account. So, and I will also comment it in my general conclusion now that I will just shortly share with you. Well, in general, how I see it, I think the actions and the target groups are relatively well defined. There's a very positive response from the stakeholders. Of course, the survey was not designed in a way that you would easily select from a list additional actions or additional target groups, but I think the ones that were suggested, approved by the task force and suggested to you, you recognize them as very well designed. And regarding all your comments, to sum them up, there's a message to us that you would prefer a stronger focus on actions with a concrete impact and durable results. So I assume pilot actions, pilot testing actions with orientation towards more, let's say, sustainable and innovative and sometimes local quick connections during the whole week, not just during the summer season. Yeah, again, repeating the importance of real and evident CBC dimensions should be prioritized, as it is, of course, in ETC programs. So, of course, and it is also a very important part of the evaluation, the quality of evaluation of each proposal. So, yeah, we will prioritize this for sure. And and part of your comments were directed towards the fact that the transport sector and the ETC programs are, let's say, in a sandwich between market and a more significant national level of legislation on policy decisions. So we as ETC program have something in between, some regional level. So on the one hand, the market dictates, and it's when we design the actions, we have to have in mind the state aid rules, the specific restrictions posed by the state aid rules. On the other hand, some changes in the regulations, some procedures, legislation, and even more concrete infrastructural projects are being made by the national level, and so the action should be fine-tuned to this level of our of majority of our beneficiaries, which are port authorities, regional and local governments, universities, transport operators, their association. So the actions should be feasible for these kind of beneficiaries, target groups, and the financial envelope of the projects themselves. So yeah, I would conclude the let's say the analysis of your of the survey, of your suggestions. Now we will have a few polls. I would like to thank the beneficiaries of the current program, which helped me in defining those polls. Yeah, of course, you can use the raise hand button and the questions and answers sections, and we can have then a discussion about mainly the activities and the target groups that are now proposed to you.
Thank you very much, Roy. Thank you very much also to Chiara for all the introduction and the presentation, very extensive and exhaustive ones, I will say. Was very clear, at least to me. So now let's see if something is still unclear. By giving the floor now to our participants today, we're almost 145. So please, as already anticipated by Rvoje, you can actually use both the Q&A or the raise hands opportunity. But before this, we will now launch some polls in order to warm up a bit more and get you ready also then for further discussion and interaction. And for this, I will ask the technical support to please provide us the polls for the PO3. Actually, we will have, 5 questions. And the first one is, are you interested in the developing projects in complementarity and synergies with other Interreg programs? You have only one choice, yes or no. And then actually, I guess Rvoje and Chiara, or I don't know if Francesco or Silvia, then whoever would like them to comment on the results. And in the meanwhile, please use as well the Q&A if you may have any specific questions related to PO3 or to the actions proposed or the results already presented by our 2 speakers up to now. So let's give us still a few seconds for this. Okay.
Yes, Ivano, sorry, just to explain a bit the aim of this question is because as you know, from the new regulatory framework, we are expected to implement as managing authority, JS, the complementarities and synergies among other Interreg programs. And in our idea, we think that doing this at the project level would be really interesting and useful. So we need you to tell us if it's something that you can do, and if you want also to raise your hand and explain a bit which are your ideas about this possibility. We will be happy to listen to you and yes, to talk and to exchange among us. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca, for the clarification. Okay, we are getting almost, we got already 85 contributions to the poll 3.1. I repeat it, are you interested in developing projects in complementarity and synergies with other Interreg programs? You have only one choice, yes or no. Please make sure you provide us your answer. It will be open still for a few seconds. We have actually only the 60% of participants of today who are actually responding to the question. It's 89. Okay, we're moving. So step by step, we are getting the answers. Thank you very much anyway for being active. As you can see, all the sessions will work in this way, and so you will have also the chance to let us know what are your interests, to choose actually the main preferences, and of course the whole MA and JS staff are here to get these inputs for the next steps as presented up to now. So the poll ended. Thank you very much to the 94 answers collected. As you can see from the results, we have gotten actually the 90% of respondents, 85 or 94, were actually very much in favor in developing projects in complementarity and synergies with other programs. So the result is yours, the JES and DMA for the preparation of the work. And now I will launch the second poll for this PO. That is the 3.2. Here you go. That is related to bringing public transport back. What are the most important measures to be taken to retrieve the usage of public transport after COVID-19? As well, only one single choice. You have 4 options: update of the whole network approach, promote intermodality, update of the routes, maximize frequency, minimize overlapping, improve services through ICT tools, or stronger marketing. Please, as well, you have still few seconds to reply to this.
While we are waiting for the feedback, just let me tell you that we know that there could be other options, but unfortunately, it's technically not possible to include a 5th option, other, where you could write your customized options. So unfortunately, you have to choose one of these 4 options.
Thank you very much, Roger. Here we go, we're almost to 81. If you, of course, want to raise another option, you can, a 5th option, please do not hesitate to raise your hands and let us know. We will give you the floor. Okay. We have 86 answers to the 3.2, bringing the public transport back. We are more or less in line with the previous answers. Eight more seconds for you to reply. Okay, thank you very much. I think we got already sufficient answers to these questions. And as you can see, we have a preference for the update of the whole network approach, promoting intermodality, and then the following ones. Thank you very much for your active contribution. Get ready now. The 3rd question is coming. That is related, an offer you cannot refuse, how to revive multimodality in public transport, focusing on missing links, focusing on specific target groups, tourists, bikers, workers, adding extra promotions, collaboration with touristic attractions, or improving ICT tools. Say 3 minutes and free choice, only one choice for all of you. Thank you. Still waiting for a few more answers to come. Okay, thank you very much. Let's stop the poll and keep the results. I ask, please keeping the results. Okay, thank you very much. So here the majority goes to focusing on missing links. As well, the same number of participants answer to this poll. And we have actually the 46% on focusing on missing links. I don't know if someone from the JS would like to comment now or later.
I can say just a few words. We received a question to show the results of 3.2. Again, I think it's possible. Of course, we'll share it with you. Just to stimulate the discussion afterwards. Oh yeah, here it is. So the majority of the answers were in favor of update of the whole network approach, promote intermodality. So it's a more holistic approach, I suppose. What you would prioritize: the updating of routes by maximizing frequency, minimizing overlapping is the second preferred, and improved services through ICT tools, the third preferred choice, and stronger marketing as the least relevant. Okay, we can go back to 3.3 just to have a recap. So focusing on missing links, I've seen in Q&A that we have a question about what would be missing links. Honestly, I not 100% sure. I understood it as connectivity to nodes more than to in terms of first last mile, but maybe I'm wrong. Well, the focus on missing links was the most preferred answer, and focusing on specific target groups was the second, while the adding extra promotion, again, marketing, let's say, and improving ICT tools were a bit less preferred choice, as on how to revive multimodality in public transport. Okay, we can move on with the next poll.
Thank you very much, Roye. So number 3.4, related to the topic of the green port, what is the main obstacle on making freight transport cleaner? One single choice: technologies appearing currently immature, needing high development costs, lack of knowledge and on how much ports and freight transports contribute to global warming and pollution, lack of cooperation in the supply chain concerning CO2 reduction related actions. 90 seconds for you to reply. go with the result also of 3.4. In this case, lack of cooperation in the supply chain concerning CO2 reduction related actions got the majority of votes with the 40%. And now I would call actually for the fifth question, the 3.5. It is actually related to your thinking about the most significant obstacle for improving freight connections in the Adriatic. Not harmonized procedures, not interoperable IT systems, insufficient cooperation among transport stakeholders, ports, road haulers, railway undertakings, or inefficient port and hinterland procedures and operations. Again, 90 seconds for you to reply to this question. Please let me stress the need to answer quite quickly because you will only get 90 seconds to answer. So please take your time, but provide the answer as soon as you can. Okay, here are the results for this fifth poll for this PO3. Insufficient cooperation among transport stakeholders, ports, road haulers, and railway undertakings got the 68% of preferences expressed. So thank you very much. Now I will leave back the floor to Orvoje or Silvia for commenting quickly the results, and then of course to the questions we have on the Q&A tool. So let's say I will give the floor first for a quick, very warm, let's say, comment on the polls results, and then we'll go through the Q&A. Please.
Thank you. Well, overall, some polls gave very interesting results. I think they're indicative of where should we focus, or as already mentioned, fine-tune the actions. I think we'll try to adapt the actions having in mind these reactions. Some polls were in their options were more evenly distributed. So yeah, I think we will also have after this meeting maybe these results available. So we will possibly share it with all of you, I hope. And yeah, of course, feel free to raise hand, comment on these polls by yourself. We can have a discussion, not just between us as the program and you as the beneficiary, but also if you want to comment beneficiary to beneficiary, some idea, exchanging ideas. So feel free to raise hand. Also to write down the questions. We have one question from Massimiliano Ancelotti from Friuli Venezia Giulia. To what extent the proposed actions were based to support the implementation of the EUSIRE and EUSTR action plan, or their flagship labeled projects? Silvia and Francesca were very much involved in this topic, so maybe Silvia or Francesca, you want to share your thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you. Maybe Massimiliano, if you want to add something on this, just to contextualize your question, you have the right also to talk.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for organizing also this very interesting webinar, and this and to give also the chance to everybody to contribute in the setting up of the future program. My question was mostly related to the fact that I noticed that in the proposed actions, I would say only action 5 of challenge 20 is mentioning the macro-regional strategies and the relevance of the macro-regional strategy. That is the action related to the designing of the cycle routes. And I appreciated it because it's very much linked also to the flagship and labeled project Agriculture, which was approved in the framework of USER recently. But I was wondering if also taking into account what was said by the Italian representative at the very beginning of the webinar today, in which way you are expecting to, in setting up these proposed actions, to provide a concrete contribution to the implementation of the action plans of the macro-regional strategies. I'm well aware that a contribution is required to projects since the previous programming period, but I noticed that the dialogue with the bodies of the, with the action groups, with the working groups of the macro-regional strategy, it is always quite difficult to establish at the project level. And that is why I'm asking the question related to the fact that these macro-regional strategies have been in a way taken into account in defining the content of each actions. I mean, is there, are you having a dialogue, a constant dialogue with the macro-regional strategy in defining the actions, or it's something that was decided besides or not directly taking into account the action plans of the macro-regional strategies?
Thank you, Massimiliano, for your question and for giving some background information about this important issue, which is included, as we said, in our program strategy. Indeed, in the construction of the actions, we duly taken into consideration the flagships of USER. Indeed, as you mentioned, there are some actions that are referring in particular to these flagships. I would also mention the importance of the flagship on green ports that has a lot of subtopics and sub-actions that are really relevant for our program area and that you can find directly referred to in Challenge 18 in our program. This was, as I said, the way we constructed the strategy and the intervention logic of the program. In the Interreg program, you will also find specific references in the narrative part. So how the program would like to contribute, how the program would like to align with the strategy, macro-regional strategies, and what we would like to do also in terms of synergies and complementarities with other programs. In this respect, we are developing some joint cooperation with other programs, joint actions, to discuss also with the other programs involved in the USER area. So all the managing authorities of the programs of the USER area in order to coordinate our actions in the territories and to be more effective in supporting the strategy. So this is an important activity that we are carrying out and whose results will be surely visible in the program that will be sent to the Commission. Last but not least, regarding the dialogue with the EUSER, the governance structure of EUSER, in particular the TSG, and for PO3, the TSG2 in particular, we would like to reinforce that. And the first step that we are envisaging and gives me the possibility to also link this to a current final call for proposal that we launched yesterday. It's a call for proposal for cluster, and one of the actions that we would like to see and we would like to promote within this cluster exercise is indeed a stronger dialogue, a closer dialogue with the user structure. So this is just to complement a bit what is our expectations, our desire in this topic. I hope I have replied to your questions, Massimiliano, or if you have any other things, I'm here.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Silvia and Massimiliano. Actually, there is a request to raise the hand from Mr. Alberto Cozzi. We suppose you would like to intervene. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Cozzi.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for your presentation. Today's event, I think it's very, very useful for all of us. I would like just to briefly comment the other slides that Roy presented with the results of the consultation or the questionnaire. Specifically in challenge number 18, we saw a low interest for circular economy imports. So I work in the port authority of Trieste Monfalcone, and I can, from my side, confirm this trend, not because we are not interested in circular economy, but circular economy applied to port operations is somehow very limited in scope and has, how can I say, a small effect on the overall circular economy in other contexts. For instance, the city of Trieste compared to the port is a very small village compared to the big city. So just this comment that it's fully understandable, and yeah, I wouldn't see it as a priority either, especially considering the other priorities. Thank you.
Silvia, Arvoye, someone from you would like to comment?
I can start, and then maybe Arvoye can complement. As we said this morning, circular economy is a cross-cutting issue that was selected by the task force, has been a fundamental aspect in all the POs and SOs. So this is also why you find it connected to Challenge 18, as it was deemed to be an important aspect also with respect to port activities. Of course, we are aware that there are sectors, there are specific objectives where this is more of a challenge than for others. As you mentioned, for urban context, it's much easier, but for port activities can be more challenging, and we understand that. But I would like to underline this fact that we really believe it's important to take this into consideration, to include this approach in the different actions that we will be funding as a program in the next programming period. Of course, with the differences between the domains, the fields in which the projects are implementing, and of course up to what is really relevant for each organization. So we're not envisaging activities that are too difficult or too demanding on the side of the projects. Hervoy, I don't know if you have any examples or any other thing that you would like to add to this approach that we chosen as a program.
No, I just can confirm that it is a horizontal cross-cutting topic included here as well in Challenge 18, and I think we did not have comparable projects in this programming period, so it is something new, and so it's additional, let's say, difficult to include it in the next programming period, something completely new to our beneficiaries, but we hope it can be part of the projects that you will submit to us. Yeah, maybe Silvia also, if there are no more questions, again, feel free to use this time to give us your question, your feedback, but maybe you can comment also on the urban mobility part. It was also one of the questions you were.
It seems that there are no more comments. Anyway, let's open the floor for more comments. Yes, Mrs. Silvia Baldassin would like to intervene, so please, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Silvia Baldassin, representing the North Adriatic Seaport Authority, ports of Venice and Chioggia. And I just wanted, yes, briefly to refer to the last result, to the result of the last pool regarding the stakeholders' involvement. And I would like just to ask some more comments, yes, from your side regarding the strengthening of the freight transport stakeholders in the actions that we have seen. So, to what extent you're discussing in the preparation of the program about the strengthening of transport stakeholders in the actions regarding, yes, the cooperation, how to better promote the cooperation among transport stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Hervoye, would you like to answer to this?
Sorry, I didn't get the question, the concrete question. Silvia, Ms. Baldassin, can you repeat the question, because I was more in the impression you commented the results. Can you repeat just your question?
Yes. Okay, yes, if you can maybe show again the results of the last pool.
Yes, they are now shown. You can see it on the screen. You should be able to see it. So can you see it? I can read them out. Insufficient cooperation among transport stakeholders is 68% of the answers. So this is the most significant obstacle for improving freight connections in the Adriatic, as voted by the stakeholders in this webinar.
Yes.
While the yes. So
yes, just more comments from your side regarding maybe these results, given that maybe it is underlined a need to strengthen the cooperation through the actions of the program towards the stakeholders, freight transport stakeholder.
Yes, of course, we'll take it into account. I think this has also already been recognized by the actions, but what I can say that we can maybe fine-tune some actions to emphasize, to make more significant focus on the cooperation between the transport stakeholders. I'm now reading the actions, so I already see some actions where this can be integrated in a more clear way. So, but also the not sufficiently harmonized procedures and the interoperability of the IT systems, although there are the percentage of the answers are lower, they're also covered by the actions. But yeah, for sure, the insufficient cooperation among stakeholders, we'll try to integrate it in actions more clearly. as I said, all these
yes.
this feedback is very valuable at this stage. So
thank you.
not just this feedback, but also to the other polls. We will take them into account.
Yes, thank you.
There is another question, one last question, Massimiliano.
Yes, yes, sorry. I just wanted to comment or to suggest to in describing the actions in the future program manuals, to give evidence and to give relevance to public transport services. I'm referring, of course, to actions related more to passenger mobility, because it is quite clear in that everywhere the public transport services needs to be fostered and at the same time also even better promoted to encourage people to use them, especially I would say during this pandemic time in which they have been suffering for a reduced number of users, and in that way making the mobility at the regional and I would say also at cross-border level less sustainable. This is just a general comment, you know, to support the public transport services both at the local and the cross-border level.
Thank you for this comment. I think it's also very valuable, as the public transport is not specifically mentioned in the actions, and we see that there's a high interest in strengthening the public transport in the pandemic context, which is severely hit, of course, the whole sector. So we will take it also into account while fine-tuning and finalizing the activities. I think it should be integrated in actions under Challenge 20 especially. So yeah, thank you for this comment.
May I just thank you, Ervoye. May I just compliment with just a quick remind that we will definitely, as Ervoye said, take everything into account, but we always have to refer to the challenges we started from and to the result that we are aiming to. So in particular for challenge 18, we are aiming to, we're working on intermodality, and the connection is to ports. So everything that can be anyway intermodality related to the port system. Whereas for challenge 20, we are in particular working on maritime transport. So definitely this type of actions can be implemented, but with a specific vision, with a specific attention to these challenges and to the expected results. Of course, this is also part of the general, let's say, interreg approach that we shall each program concentrate on specific territorial needs and not to overlap too much with one program to the other. So just to complement, and thank you for the question.
Okay. It seems that we have replied to all the expected questions, polls, comments, etc. So if there's no more question, I would say with 5 minutes, we will move now to the next PO, PO4, a more social and inclusive Europe. We will follow the same scheme as before, as for PO3. So now please let me give the floor for the presentation of the examples and actions to Mrs. Chiara Fattori from Archidata. Welcome back, Chiara, and now it's your turn to present us PO4. Thank you very much.
Hello again. So about PO for a more social Europe. The selected specific objective is the number 6, enhancing the role of the culture and sustainable tourism in economic development, social inclusion, and social innovation. So culture and tourism play an important role for the territory's economy and labor market, but the crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic has caused a decrease in touristic flows and huge losses to the industry. Another relevant aspect concerns the seasonality of touristic flows that represents a vulnerability factor, especially in those regions that are economically over-dependent on the tourism industry. Thus, one of the main challenges for the area is represented by the diversification and delocalization of the touristic flows. So the first expected result connected to this challenge is lowered regional vulnerability to tourism, and the exemplary actions concerned the assessment of flows and impacts of tourism and development of smart and sustainable destination management. Moreover, the second action we are proposing is engaging local stakeholders to diversify tourism towards peripheral areas. The second expected result instead is a wider diffusion of sustainable alternative and special interest tourism, and the exemplary actions are about the use of existing sustainable tourism management system and labels, new cross-border brands creation, and sustainable heritage interpretation. The second action is about planning information campaigns and training activities on sustainable tourism. And the third one is promoting sustainable tourism in peripheral areas. Another important challenge concerns the promotion of new and innovative integrated offers of coastal tourism and to maintain the competitiveness of the sector. The program has identified the following actions that are expected to contribute to the achievement of more strategic and coordinated management of tourism in the area. And the actions specifically concern innovative digital solution and new technological equipment for touristic resources promotion, as you can see on the screen. The second one is concerning the promotion of specific thematic clusters. The third one is about developing coordinated and innovative offers and itineraries. The fourth one is about creation of interpretation centers for joint tourism promotion. Finally, the program has identified another important challenge in this field, which is to improve and modernize the policies for the valorization of the cultural heritage. So the first result concerns a stronger capitalization, valorization, and preservation of cultural tangible and intangible heritage. And the exemplary actions are about the digitalization of natural and cultural heritage, also to overcome post-COVID constraints. The second one is about monitoring, interpretation, and preservation of cultural resources through integrated and innovative strategies. The third one is about joint valorization of cultural immaterial heritage. And the fourth one is about the enhancement of the places of culture as multidisciplinary hubs. The second expected result is to achieve a higher number of qualified human resources in the tourism sector. And the exemplary action is promoting cross-border education and training. So promoting cross-border education activities and training, also through knowledge exchange for raising skills in the tourism sector, with special focus on landscape and cultural heritage preservation, sustainable tourism, digitalization, destination management, and heritage interpretation. So going to the target groups, given the typology of actions that I just presented and the expected results we wish to achieve, the program has identified these target groups that are local, regional, national authorities and other public institutions and agencies, private companies, entrepreneur and business support organizations, DMOs and tourist boards, civil society organizations, and local action groups and similar. So that's all for PO4 as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiara. All clear as well and very structured. So now, in order to get the answers collected through the online survey, part 3 related to PO4, and the possible open issues or interesting proposals arising from this, let me welcome Mrs. Anka Daniela Simeon from JS, who actually will introduce us to this content. Thank you very much. Anka?
Thank you. Good afternoon also on my side. So without any more minutes, let's dig into the presentation, which will definitely follow the pattern. And I will try to bring to your attention the outcomes of the answer structured along actions and target groups. And of course, then we will have the polls and the opportunity to discuss. So already thanking you for the active contribution. Let's try to see what PO4 has in stock for us. So as mentioned, the specific objectives that has been agreed within the program as a result of task for consultation was enhancing the role of culture and sustainable tourism in economic development, social inclusion, and social innovation. Maybe it's important here to underline the keyword of sustainable tourism and the link between culture and sustainable tourism. Why? This is also due to the need of taking into account the specific challenge 29 that has been identified as triggering this specific objective, which is diversify, de-seasonalize, and de-localize the touristic flow within the area, with the result of having lowered regional vulnerability to tourism. So building a bit on the initial presentation where the program authorities were introducing you to the fact that there is a logic of intervention that has been followed all through the construction, we can see this logic of intervention because starting from the idea of having more culture and sustainable tourism, we will be aiming at diversifying and de-seasonalizing touristic flows. This being the challenge in the sense that it has been considered insufficiently approached so far, with the end effect, this is how we should translate the result in lowered regional vulnerability in tourism. We can see on screen here the target groups and the action. Now, it is very important to note here that there is a wide array of target groups that are eligible here that would include authorities, private companies, business support organization, tourist board. So this maybe hints to a first idea of important complementarities among target groups in addressing this challenge, which is I would say a key underlying assumption, presumption, any of the words applicable here for an effective results. And we can see the actions here. Again, let me point to keywords that refer to joint studies, comparative researches, flows and impacts of tourism, and sustainable destination management strategies. So all these are foreseen as part of action 1. Moving on to action 2, we can see that here it's about drafting and implementing sustainable development and promotion strategies of tourist destinations. So again, looking at these 2 actions And again, pointing the attention to the challenge, we can see that they complement in the sense that it is both about studies to document and to inform the decision, and then it is about implementing sustainable development. And we can see from the graphs that well, there are some very interesting results in the sense that most of the respondents were very interested or extremely interested in this action. So there is quite a huge percentage here. And this is, of course, very encouraging to start with. So we can see that the high interest and the extreme interest and the very interest percentages are applicable to actions 1 and 2 in a rather even distribution. And of course, we can also see the moderate and the slight interest, which have been explained in the beginning of the presentation, so that maybe now you can put a bit the things into perspective. I think we can go to the next slide. Maybe we can go to the next slide. Okay, so here is what has been suggested by our respondents. Again, let's focus a bit on the keywords. We can see here that it is about integration of sustainable local agricultural production, bit subject to state aid here. We can see that indeed there is a very direct suggestion here of extending the tourist season by offering cultural and sport facilities. And we have here also the suggestion how to do this by analyzing supplies that may be resistant to pandemic condition, or the inclusion of some, let's say, tourist approaches and promenades as to integrate into the tourist offer. And yeah, because we have seen that we have a moderate interest here, you can see on screen that there is this suggestion of trying to test solution experiments, pilots, projects in this respect. We can go to, and of course, vocational and training organization must be included in the target groups, which is very important because program Italy-Croatia has always been keen on approaching as much as possible the organizations that maybe are to a certain extent not so much represented, but who would very much like to participate in the program, thus benefiting also the end results of the program. So we can go to the next slide. Okay, we are speaking about a new challenge, which we are speaking, about the challenge of diversifying, deseasonalizing, and delocalizing flows. But with the end results, again, translate end result by effect, which is wider diffusion of sustainable and alternative and special interest tourism. And again, we are speaking here about the large array of target groups. Again, we have here the prerequisites of a good complementarity due to the specific, let's say, competencies of these target groups in and which can build one to each other. We have here 3 actions that are suggested, and let's look a bit at the keywords here. Which are represented by encouraging sustainable tourism management system and labels, by planning cross-border information campaigns and training activities, and by promoting sustainable tourism in peripheral areas through the enhancements of experiential tourism and the diffusion of slow mobility and the creation of new routes. So you can see here that all these actions, if you connect them to the challenge and to the results, they are all at this moment so designed as to enable the direct connection, and also to enable having a wider diffusion, having sustainable and having interest and special interest tourism. Also here, it is very important to mention that looking into the distribution in the chart, we definitely have very interested and extremely interested as being significant. And we can see that this is applicable at a rather even, thank you, at a rather even distribution. And between actions, we also have moderate, slight, and well, no interest. Now we can go to the next slide to see how these suggestions have been organized. We can see, and it's important here that again, vocational training organization must be included because of this very specific type of action and the need to build on knowledge and create and use niche competencies. We can see here again sustainable local agriculture, and we can see this suggestion of let's say using some specific well, tourist attractions or tourist spots that could be put to best use in a different ways, as contributing to this very innovative type of tourist. It has been suggested that Chamber of Commerce would be added, and also a suggestion here is the creation of a brand, which goes very well hand in hand with this innovative idea that has been or could be highlighted throughout the presentation. We can go now to the next slide. Okay, we are speaking here about Challenge 30, which is promoting new and innovative integrated offers of coastal. So we are referring now to coastal tourism. And we are aiming here at having the effect of a more strategic and coordinated management of tourism in the area. Target groups, again, all the different target groups that can contribute to this are eligible. We can see here that there are 4 actions, and we see that they refer to design and testing innovative digital solutions and new technological equipment. We can see here that it is about promoting development of thematic networks such as nautical cultural routes, fisheries traditions. We can see here about action 3, which refers to fostering agreements between tourist operators of the coastal and the inner area. So a big building on existing prerequisites. We can see action 4, which refer to designing and creating interpretation center for joint promotion. So again, all these actions, if you see them in their totality, or if you see them as an integrated part, you can definitely see that they, again, first of all, build one to each other. They, all of them, suggest lines of action that can definitely be in direct connection with this idea of new and innovative integrated offers, and they contain in themselves, or they already have within themselves this potential of leading to the effect, which is a more strategic and coordinated management of tourism in the area. So basically, we have the right target groups, we have actions, and then with this in mind, we can aim for having the respective results. Now, looking at the graphs, here we can see that the picture is very, very optimistic, I would say, for us as program, because there is largely, or the percentages largely indicate high interest and extremely interested groups. And we can see that this is spread across all the actions, which is again very encouraging, and maybe it speaks for the already good cooperation between program and beneficiaries, in the sense that it seems we are having a kind of a same voice in identifying what's right. And of course, we also have moderate interest here, and we have slight and not at all interest, which of course we can accept because, well, there is a large area of needs. We can go to the next slide. So we have here the suggestion, which are represented by vocational training organization as included in the target groups. We have here these spaces for the development of cultural tourism, because it is very important that such cultural tourism is reachable via bicycle paths, parks, recreation paths. So all this again go hand in hand with cultural tourism, because we can imagine that people aiming for cultural tourism would also aim for such let's say access means. We also have here the idea of archaeological school for colleges, high schools, which is a very interesting suggestion in the sense that already gives some foundations and gives a possibility of a sustainable approach, having the knowledge in place at that part. And this is also a health tourism proposed here, an interesting one. Again, a bit of a state aid here, but a very interesting idea. And more investments in cultural tourism infrastructure, so that to make it let's say a very attractive aspect, and yeah, a very long-lasting one. Let's go to the next slide. We have here challenge 31, which refers to improving and modernizing policies for valorization of the cultural heritage, with the effect of a stronger capitalization and of course valorization and preservation of cultural tangible and intangible heritage. The array of target groups, again, very diverse. The actions, you can see that here we speak about exchange of know-how. We speak about integrated strategies with new ICT tools for monitoring, interpreting, and preserving landscapes. Again, please remember, we are speaking about valorization, preservation of cultural, tangible, and intangible heritage, which can only go hand in hand with, let's say, a modern monitoring and interpreting of this landscape. We also have supporting joint valorization of cultural immaterial heritage from the two countries. And we have enhanced the places of culture as multidisciplinary hubs by reinforcing their spillover effects. Again, very encouraging for the program is the significant high and extreme interested, let's say, spread of the respondents' preferences, both in target group, both in regards to target groups and in regards to their choice of preferred action. Very encouraging and very important. We have also moderate slightly and well, not at all, that remains still little. Of course, as before, we can see that the logic of intervention remains here very strong, with good prerequisite of having the effect. And of course, with this important thing in mind, that all target groups shall participate and shall contribute to this as much as possible. We can go now to the next slide, please. We have here the suggestions, sorry. Vocational training organization. Again, this is normal. They have this, let's say, both the skills to go to this to address these levels, but they can also benefit from knowledge in this respect. We have here this idea of natural disasters that have affected areas of cultural tourism, and they can be reconstructed. We have here the ideas that nature and culture are inherently linked. Yes, this is correct, and this is something that it's very much in line with the idea of sustainability. And then we have the idea of making numerous archaeological sites accessible to visitors. And in this way, this cultural heritage is brought closer to visitors. And again, we have the idea of organizing archaeological school and workshop with children and students, retirees. So getting all this information, because at the end of the day, we are speaking about tourist culture, nature, getting the information as much as possible closer to the end user, so that making it available, making it interesting, and making it long lasting. And it was suggested that chambers of commerce are added as target groups. So we can go to the next slide. We are speaking about here challenge 31, which is modernizing the policies for valorization of the cultural heritage, because of course it is very important that we have this, let's say, integrated approach that also goes to the need to have a better improvement and modernization of the policy to have better policies in this respect. And we can see that the target groups here are those already mentioned, and the action refers here, of course, to promoting cross-border education, activities, trainings through knowledge exchange in order to raise skills in the tourism sector, with a special focus on landscapes and cultural heritage preservation, sustainable tourism, digitalization, destination management, and heritage interpretation. So you can see this, let's say, inclusive character of this action, because we refer to improving and modernizing policies for the valorization of cultural heritage, with the expected effect of higher number of qualified human resources in the tourism sector, again, a prerequisite for sustainability. Let's go to the next slide. We have here suggestions which refer to vocational training organization to be included. We have here the idea of covering small scale infrastructure. And then it is also the suggestion that research institutions and academy can play an important role in teaching and forming personnel offering a different cultural tourism. We do recall the fact that the effect is having highly skilled staff. We have here the suggestion of developing multimedia content, organize archaeological schools, train tourist guides. Again, you can see here that all these suggestions are appropriate as to the end effect, which is represented by the highly skilled staff and policies. We have the suggestion of chambers of commerce to be added, and also a specific aspect that education and training should be addressed to cultural heritage sites managers in order to improve their skills, and to policymakers to improve policies in the sector. So all these are suggestions that are appropriate, that really reflect the challenge and can contribute to achieving the effect as it has been suggested. We can go to the next slide, which is a slide with our coordinates. So this will be all on my side. Of course, we look forward to polls and to your comments and suggestions.
So thank you very much, Anka, for the very well explained and structured information you provided us today. It's very, very clear, and I would say very exciting to see how many possibilities we have under this PO. So now I will actually give the opportunity to you to interact first with us with the polls. So I will ask actually to proceed with the relevant polls for this PO. Actually, we will have 6 polls for this one. And we will start now with the first one, that is, are you interested in involving vocational training organization among the target groups for PO4? We have, as usual, 90 seconds. Only one single choice, yes or no. Please, the moment is come for you to vote.
Yeah, sorry, Ivana, just to explain the aim of this first question. This was a request made during in the free comments field during the online survey, and we decided to take it into consideration in order to see if also the other participants should be interested in involving this kind of target groups. So this is why we take this question here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Few seconds left for voting for this first poll related to PO4. Are you interested in involving vocational training organizations among target groups of PO4? 7 answers already received. Okay, we are done. And here we have the results. And we have actually 71 answers, 58, the 82%, it's in favor for involving vocational training organizations among the target groups in PO4. So thank you very much. Now I would ask actually to move to the second poll. And this one is related actually to the interest in considering the valorization of local sustainable products within the touristic sector. Same rules, 90 seconds, one choice. Still 1 minute to go. Please make sure you cast your votes. Very good. There's quite a huge majority on this interest for the valorization of local sustainable products within the touristic sector. We still 20 seconds to vote. 83 votes already casted. It seems the percentage is not changing that much. So even if we get more people voting, the interest seems to be quite clear. So here we are. Thank you very much. As expected, no surprise, the 90% of the 87 casted votes, so 78 votes in favor for the interest for the consideration of the valorization of local sustainable products. Thank you very much. We now move to the third poll. That is actually related to the interest in promoting health tourism. Simple choice, yeah, yes or not. 90 seconds. Very quick, I see this time. Great speed has increased for voting. Okay, 30 seconds. It seems there is a huge interest for earth tourism. Okay, some reduction. It's interesting to see how it may evolve during 1.5 minutes. And now with almost 1 minute, few seconds for you to cast your vote. Let me remind that later on we will proceed with the question and answer and the raising hands for the free intervention for the discussions. 15 more seconds for the last votes. And here we should be there already. 82 votes expressed. And here the results, 83 votes expressed for the earth interest in the promotion of the earth tourism. So 77% as expressed that they are favorable and interested to the promotion of earth tourism. Thank you very much. Now we move on very quickly to the number 4. Are you interested in implementing pilot actions focusing on innovative forms of tourism such as for persons with special needs? Yes or no, 90 seconds. Let's see who will be faster this time. (138) possible answers expected. With less than 1 minute to vote. Okay. 30 seconds. Take your chance for the last votes, please. Then we will move. Okay, thank you. 15 seconds. Thank you very much. Here are the results. 80 answers casted. The 85% is in favor for the interest for pilot actions focusing on innovative forms of tourism, such as persons with special needs. So thank you very much. Now move to the 5th question. Is, in your opinion, which actors are more relevant for improving tourist flow management and extend the touristic season? Public authorities, tourist entrepreneurs, transport operators, or international tourism player? Again, 90 seconds and 4 possibilities, only 1 single choice. Thank you very much. Bit more than 30 seconds to go. Still 68 votes. Let's see what are, in your opinion, the most relevant touristic actors for improving the flow management. So here we are, 82 votes casted, and the majority goes 44% to the tourist entrepreneurs, restaurants, hotels, travel agencies, etc. And the second one is public authorities at regional and local level. So thank you very much for your answers. And now we will move to the 5th, last but not least for this priority. So are you interested in developing small projects within the specific objective 4.6? Yes or no, 1 single choice. 90 seconds.
Ivano, we don't see the poll.
Yes, can the support please confirm it will be launched?
Yes, I will be launching it in a second.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have an error on launching the polls right now. There's only the 6th one, the last one.
Okay, can we, let us see.
Okay, maybe while we see if the error can be fixed, just a few words about this last question, why we included it. Basically, as we explained this morning, the implementation of small projects, as we call them, or anyway, projects of limited financial volume, so projects with a smaller budget and smaller, let's say, smaller scope, we are a compulsory element in our program for the next programming period as a cross-border program, and we are starting to develop the strategy around this type of project, which might be different from what we developed in the current period. So one of the things that are under discussion is to develop small projects in the field of tourism and culture, so in specific objective 4.6, and this is why we would like to hear also from the stakeholders whether they agree with this proposal and whether they would be interested in developing these small-scale projects in 4.6. So if it's possible to launch the survey, but otherwise we could also see if somebody wants to intervene in this.
I will say yes,
topic.
yes. Let's open the floor at the moment. There's some technical issue, so we are trying to fix it. So for the moment, please, if you want to intervene or add anything related to this topic or the results of the poll we have been seeing up to now, please use the question and answer tool on Zoom, or if you want to intervene for a free intervention, please just raise your hands by clicking the relevant tab on your dashboard. Thank you very much. Okay, it seems that there is no intervention, no raising hands. Okay, so let's see if there's if the technical issue has been solved. Let's see. It seems that we cannot work on this. So probably what we could do is to come back to this poll later on because there's some issue there. Okay, any other open question or doubts related?
Yes, Ivano, we have two participants who asked. One
yes,
participant who asked to have the floor,
yes.
and another one to add a question.
Yes, so we. I don't see the raised hands at the moment. Please, can you activate, who would like to talk, activate your microphone and introduce yourself, please. It seems not yet. So Silvia, if you wish, we can move to the live answer to the question from Mrs. Simona Melchiorri. Can you provide more details on the small projects, financial and partnership dimension? I don't know, Silvia, you would like to pick it up, please?
Yes, okay, so basically the regulation does not provide a specific limits or specific indication in our case for a partnership dimension or a financial dimension of small projects. This is something that the program have to decide and the program have to develop in their strategy. So this is one of the things that are under discussion, as we saw this morning in the remaining, let's say, parts of the program that are under discussion that are to be developed in the next task force meeting. One of the issues is indeed how to approach and what we would like to obtain with the small projects. So there are different examples from previous programming period. There are programs that developed different types of small projects. So there are several best practices that we can and we are indeed taking into account to develop the small projects in the next programming periods. But at the moment, we haven't defined a ceiling in terms of budget or partnership. So it would be, as we said before, it would be very interesting to know your opinion on that, also in terms of typology of actions that could be approached with the smaller project compared to the projects that you have been implementing in the current period, so standard and standard plus projects. So think about what could be interesting to develop with the smaller budget, but very concrete, very specific actions to be developed in the territory.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Silvia. Let us know if there's any other questions you would like to raise. Please still use the Q&A section for this. Unless, in order to fix the small technical issue with the poll, we will suggest that we will take this after the lunch break, and we will pick it up again as first part of the afternoon. In the meanwhile, we will have the time to fix it. And so at the moment, we really invite you to wait for this poll to be launched later on. Actually, yes, now it works. Great. So you can now answer. Are you interested in developing small projects within specific objective 4.6? Great. Very good. Technology always helps and is quick in fixing. Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much also to our support, technical support, who are saving us in this sense. Okay. Still 1 minute to go. 65 answers already casted with the 82%. Okay. Still getting some more answers. 30 seconds to go. $71 and just 15 seconds for the closure. Okay, thank you very much. Here the results. 81% of the 72 casted answers, so 58, are interested in small projects within the objective 4.6. So thank you very much. And now you go. Okay, and now we can actually give a few reminders for the following parts. We will now leave for a lunch break. The room will be always active and open. We kindly invite you to switch off your microphone and cameras. Also, the recording will be stopped now. And we'll come back at 2 sharp for continuing actually with PO2 and PO1. We will close the webinar around 5. If everything will allow and technology will assist us as well. So thank you very much for your great interactions and quality of your comments. We Hope you have enjoyed the contents up to now, and we wish you a very nice lunch break and see you at 2 p.m. here. Thank you very much and see you there. I guess we will all ready to start again. So welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for being here today at the consultation event of the Italy-Croatia program 21-27. We are now after the lunch break. Thank you for your patience. We are now going to start again with the, let's say, most important part of this webinar is actually getting your feedback and your ideas related to the themes and topics that will be addressed under the different policy objectives for the new program. As this morning, I will quickly remind you the main rules for today. Now the meeting is recorded, so if you don't want your image to be used, please just switch off the camera. For interactions, we will give you the opportunity to use both the raise hands button, so to ask for free intervention, or then we will have also the Q&A tool that is already activated and available on the dashboard of Zoom. Extra and even more specifically for the interaction on the specific polls that we will run, you will have the opportunity to interact actually by answering directly to the polls for each and every priority. So without any other delay, let me welcome now for the presentation of PO2 A Greener Europe. Actually, for this one, we will have two different specific objectives, the 2.4 and 2.7. So let me leave the floor now for the introduction of the main architecture for the PO2 A Greener Europe to the cooperation program drafter from Archidata, Mr. Emiliano Bona. So dear Emiliano, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's, okay. So just a second. Okay. So good morning, everybody. I start and Resilient Europe. The theme particulars regards climate change adaptation and disaster risk prevention. This is a strong, relevant topic for the program area because of its rich but fragile natural heritage, and because the area is seriously involved by critical issues, as for instance, the increase of the sea level, coastal erosion, extreme meteorological phenomenon, and earthquake. However, we must also consider that climate change is a global challenge that cannot be tackled solely at the level of the area. And therefore, the program has identified some specific challenge that it is feasible to face. The first one is the improvement of the knowledge base for climate change, monitoring and adaptation, and to coordinate methodologies, process, and research. Here we have different expected results that the program aims to achieve. And the first one concerns the sharing of methodologies and approach for defining new adaptation strategies. And here the three possible actions that the program identified are the promoting cooperation between public authorities, research institutions, and private companies in order to take advantage of new scientific results and multidisciplinary research. Another one is studying and testing integrated climate adaptation solutions for different domain and targets groups, and defining common dataset on atmospheric parameter or improving the usability of existing database. And finally, exchanging a good practice for facing climate change in the most relevant economic sectors. Another important result within this first challenge is to increase the effectiveness of joint monitoring system. And here, the possible action that we identified are encouraging the development or the capitalization of data gathering tools, and the development of small-scale infrastructure for observing climate change effects, and also promoting networking activities and exchange in order to define common indicators and increase the usability of existing database. Finally, we have a third important result always within this first challenge, which is to improve the awareness about climate change effects on natural and cultural heritage and on local economic activities. And so for what concerns the improvement of awareness, we identify this kind of action. Developing training course for policymakers and general services providers for better designing new policies, and promoting workshops and seminars dealing with new sustainable and adaptive climate smart models. And also integrated cross-border community-based initiatives aiming at fostering active awareness about anthropogenic change on local ecosystem and related adaptation measures. And finally, students and teachers exchange aimed at developing common projects on climate change adaptation. So, within this, the important theme of climate, we have another crucial issue, which is for the cooperation area, which is the improvement of the effectiveness of all the phases of the civil protection process through a more intense cooperation. Here, there are two main results that the programs want to achieve, which are, the first one concern an improved efficacy of risk prevention system. And here, the exemplary actions are improving digital competence, fostering the use of new monitoring technologies and tools, and reinforcing the exchange of data, increasing climate resilience of cultural natural heritage sites, developing and implementing disaster risk reduction policies, and other actions in local and regional development plans. And finally, promoting joint tools and standardized procedures to prevent disaster related to economic activities. A second result associated with this challenge is the improved management of the emergencies linked to extreme meteorological phenomena, natural hazards, or other disasters related to human activities. And for achieving the results, we think that the possible actions financeable are reinforcing cooperation between local authorities and non-governmental organizations to define and apply integrated emergency rescue plans, developing standardized early warning system, contingency planning and decision support tools, especially through new technologies and robotics, and financing also small-scale infrastructure. Developing cross-border agreements for accelerating mutual supply of goods or equipment for the management of the first phases of of the crisis, of the emergency, and exchange of good practice to increase post-disaster management capacities of relevant actors. So, given the typology of the action and the challenge that we saw, the target group, the main target group are identified in local, regional, national authorities and other public institutions and agencies, academic and education institutions, research center, private companies, civil protection bodies and emergency services, civil society organizations. Okay. Moving to the other specific objective, which is the specific objective 7, is instead addressed to enhancing protection and preservation of nature, biodiversity and green infrastructure, including in urban areas, and reducing all forms of pollution. The theme, as for the climate, is really relevant because the cooperation area is characterized by a rich but delicate natural biodiversity. That is also an important attractiveness and economic opportunities for the territory, given also the importance of tourism. Moreover, the area is obviously characterized by the Adriatic Sea, where the level of quality of the water is quite good, but there are still some localized problem of pollution, and above all, where numerous species are rated from declining to critically endangered, also because of overfishing and other human activities. So the theme is really relevant for the area. And the main challenge that the program has identified concern improving the knowledge base and the monitoring system for defining policies of protection of biodiversity and of fight to pollution. And we decline this challenge in 3 different results. The first one regards the higher efficiency of monitoring and research on natural marine habitats and human activities impacts. And here, the actions, the financeable actions, regards the development and the financing of homogeneous indicators in order to harmonize this data collection and monitoring system, cross-border monitoring system and shared platforms to assess the status of the marine habitats and species, also the alien ones, because this is a very important element, and to predict the effects of biodiversity policies on marine ecosystem. And then digital solution, fostering the use of digital solution to evaluate ecosystem services, new tools for integrated management of sea, coast and river environment and of cross-border natural resources, integrated strategies and instruments and small-scale infrastructure for biodiversity protection and habitats and coastal landscape preservation, feasibility studies for setting up cross-border protected marine areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. A second result that concerns this challenge is instead related to increased awareness in relation to environmental pollution and protection of biodiversity. And here we identified 4 typology of exemplary actions that concern training and educational activities for policymakers and general services providers in order to design strategies more focused on the economic value of healthy marine environment. Community-based initiatives that combine the regeneration of marine resources with the preservation of local livelihoods. Information campaigns for responsible tourism activities. Strategies to spread good practice on bioeconomy, circular economy, that as we saw this morning is a transversal theme, and responsible waste management. Finally, the third results concern specifically the reduction of pollution in critical areas. And here the exemplary actions are developing and testing innovative and ecological solutions to reduce pollution, integrated policies for limiting the anthropogenic pressure on coastal region and the inner region, with a specific focus on the promotion of green ports and sustainable fisheries and aquaculture models. So finally, for what concern targets group are more or less the same of the previous specific objectives. So we identified public bodies, local, regional, national authorities, and other public institutions and agencies, academic and education institution, research center, private companies, entrepreneur and business support organization, and finally, the civil society organizations. So my presentation for the PO2 stops here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emiliano. Now, in order to understand a bit better, actually, and to see also what are the results that we got actually for the specific survey we have launched regarding this, also the specific objectives of this PO, let me introduce Mrs. Diana Grazin-Petrovic, who from the JS, who actually will let us know a bit more in detail in relation to the specific objective 2.4. Thank you very much, Diana, and welcome.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So my name is Diana Grazin-Petrovic. I work in the JS as a project manager, and I mainly monitor projects in the priority access 2 in the current program. So I will present you now the results of the survey made for the specific objective 2.4, promoting climate change adaptation and disaster risk prevention and resilience. So as previously shown by the Archidata, for this specific objective, the program has identified 2 challenges. For each challenge, there are results. For some of them, 1, 2, or 3 results, and also specific actions and target groups. So for the first challenge, improve the knowledge base for climate change monitoring and adaptation and coordinate methodologies, processes, and resources. The first results is sharing of methodologies and approaches to define new or improved adaptation strategies. So for this result, the answers actually show that the target groups have been well chosen, and more than 96% of the respondents are very interested, moderately interested, or extremely interested in these actions and in this result. So the target groups which are identified here are local, regional, national authorities, other public institutions and agencies, academic institutions and research centers, private companies, and also civil society organizations. As regards the actions which are here identified, basically there is the same result, and very high percentage, more than 90% of the answers were in favor and were very interested, extremely interested, and also moderately interested. And very few respondents said that they are not interested or are slightly interested in these actions. And the actions which are here interested are promoting cooperation between the target groups to improve observation of climate change effects and plan and define the related adaptation strategies. Action 2 is studying and testing integrated climate adaptation solutions. And Action 3, exchanging good practices to monitor, manage, mitigate, and support the adaptation to climate change. Okay, next slide, please. So for the previously shown actions and target groups, there were some suggestions received. And the first one is, well, proposed action to prevent the effects of exceptional storms and seawater level rise. And here it is important to highlight that each challenge is built on the certain strengths of the program area, to fight certain weaknesses, prevent threats, and take advantage on certain opportunities. Related to the target groups, which are here presented, I believe that all of these are already included under target groups identified. And the comment related to the projects that will contribute to sustainable tourism, I believe this is also possible under either under challenge 31 in priority objective 4, or also maybe here under challenge 13, activity 2, increasing climate change resilience for cultural and natural heritage. Reduction of CO2 is definitely included under this challenge, and the reduction of pollution by suspended particles from landfills will be included, I believe, in CPEC Objective 2.7. Reduce the risks of flooding and heavy rains, also included. Okay, then we have the next result number 2 under this challenge, increase effectiveness of joint monitoring systems. So here also the results show very high interest of the selected target groups. And we have here 2 actions, also very good interest in action 1, encouraging the development of data gathering tools and small scale infrastructure for observing climate change effects. And action number 2, promoting networking activities and exchanges. For the suggestions on the proposed actions and target groups on the next slide, there are also proposed some target groups which are already included. And for the installation of air pollution measurement stations, this is relevant for the specific objective 2.7, I believe. Collaboration with cities that can share examples of good practices, it can be included under challenge 13, exchange of good practices in risk prevention, which this challenge we will see later on the next slides. And result number 3 under challenge 12 is named improved awareness about climate change effects on natural and cultural heritage and on local economic activities. The same as the previous, we also see here the very good results for the selected target groups. More than 85%, more than 90% of the selected of the answers are in favor of moderate, very interested, and extremely interested under these actions. And for the actions also there is a very high interest in more than 90%, maybe a bit lesser for activity 3. And activities which are here identified are developing training courses for policymakers and general service providers on relevant topics linked to climate change. Action number 2, integrated cross-border community-based initiatives. And action number 3, students and teachers exchanges aimed at developing common projects on climate change adaptation. For the suggestions on these proposed actions and target groups, there is one comment. Not only climate change induced risk, but also other risks can put in danger the economy and wellness of the society. This can be included under challenge number 13. Then projects that will reduce the use of plastic that can be included under specific objective 2.7. So other target groups also, all of these which are here mentioned are already included under this result. Next slide will be on challenge number 13, which is improve the effectiveness of all the phases of the civil protection process, such as assessment, monitoring, alert, reaction, reconstruction, through more intense cooperation. The first result under this challenge is improved efficacy of risk prevention systems. So we also see here the very good interest of the selected identified target groups, with more than 93% extremely very interested and moderate interest. 3 actions which identify under this result is improving digital competences, fostering the use of new monitoring technologies and tools, and reinforcing exchange of data in order to increase safety and risk forecasting capacities. Then action number 2, increasing climate resilience of cultural and natural heritage sites, developing and implementing disaster risk reduction policies, and actions in local and regional development plans. And action number 3, promoting joint tools and standardized procedures to prevent disasters related to economic activities. The suggestions which were received on the proposed actions and target groups under this result. On the next slide, yeah. The target group should include research institutes and academy, as well as civil protection department, but also environmental, cultural, regional agencies to coordinate common actions. All these target groups are already included under this result. Projects that will enable the creation of rain gardens, retentions in order to avoid floods. So it is included under challenge, on the previous challenge 12, result 2 and action 1. Equip civil protection, firefighters. Yes, these are all target groups which are already included here. Then we have the result 2 under this challenge. It is related to improved management of emergencies linked to extreme meteorological phenomena, natural hazards, or other disasters related to human activities. There is a very good interest for the target group selected. And also for the actions, we have here 4 actions identified. Action 1 is related to reinforcing cooperation to define emergency risk and rescue plans. Action number 2, developing early warning systems, contingency planning, and financing small-scale infrastructures to face natural disasters and other hazards. Action number 3 is related to developing cross-border agreements and for management of the first phases of the emergency and recovery. And action number 4, exchange of good practices to increase post-disaster management capacities. Here, maybe for action 1 and action 4, the results show a bit lesser interested, but also actually, all in all, the answers show more than 80% of the extremely interested, very interested, and moderate interested in these activities. For the suggestions on the proposed actions and target groups under this result, here is one very good remark, that the challenge will be affording multi-risks, putting together different competences, make flood and sea level risk assessments and update monitoring and alert plans through the development of standardized early warning systems, procurement of equipment, and exchange of good practices. I believe this action is possible. And the proposed target groups are here, which are here mentioned, are the same as the identified target groups. So to summarize the results, as for the specific objective 2.4 is concerned, the collected answers show a general agreement towards the actions proposed and also for the target groups presented. Very high and extremely high interest is in very large percentage, and there are low number of answers not at all interest and slightly interest. So this is now all from my side. Now, Marin.
Yes, hello to everybody. My name is Marin Miletic. I am, as well as Diana, a project manager at the JS of the program Italy-Croatia. And please, if you can put the slides on, thank you very much. So thank you. I will present the specific objective 2.7 result, which are dealing with enhancing the protection and preservation of nature, biodiversity, and green infrastructure, including in urban areas, and reducing all forms of pollution. Now we will see the answers regarding the challenge number 16, improve the knowledge base and the monitoring system for policies of protection of biodiversity and fight to pollution. You already heard there are several results, and now we are presenting the result 1, which means higher efficiency of monitoring and research on natural marine habitats and human activities impact. This result, apart the target groups, have several action proposed, and as you can see from the graphics, the target groups are very well appreciated by the respondents, and there is a huge amount of extremely very interested with this proposal of local, regional, national authorities and other public institutions and agencies to be the targeted groups. Then academic institutions, research centers, the civil society organizations, and private companies. As regards the proposed actions that you already have heard, which are, and you can see on the slide, to develop as an action 1, homogeneous indicators, as an action 2, to set up cross-border monitoring system and shared platforms in assessing the status of marine habitats and species, as an action 3, to extending use of digital solution for the evaluation of ecosystem services, especially in the sea basins, as an action 4, provide new tools for the integrated management of sea, coast, and river environment and cross-border natural resources. The action 5 deals with developing integrated strategies and instruments and financing small-scale infrastructure for biodiversity protection and habitats. And action 6 is supporting feasibility studies for setting up cross-border protected marine areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. The answers are showing that all the actions are appreciated and deemed important by the respondents, and particularly we can highlight here the extreme appreciation for the action 1, 2, 4, and 5, as we can see in the extremely and very interested part of the graphics. Please, can we proceed? Thank you. So the suggestions received on these proposed actions and target groups are showing so that strong emphasis should be put on the cross-border dimension and real impacts on both sides of the border, and as well to put emphasis on the biodiversity issues in the program area and the status of endangered species and of the alien species that are more and more considered as a problem due as well the the climate changes and the impacts that they can have on the biodiversity. Please, can we proceed? So another result of the challenge 16 was the increased awareness in relation to environmental pollution and protection of biodiversity. As regards this result, the target groups, again, we can see are very well appreciated. And in this case as well, we have the local, regional, and national authorities and public institutions and agencies, the entrepreneur and business support organization, private companies, academic and educational institutions, research centers, and private and civil society, sorry, private I said, the civil society organizations. As regards actions, here we have 4 actions. Actually, we have 5 actions, sorry, because I have some problems with the screen. No. So in this result too, we have 4 actions. So the action 1, implementing training and educational activities to raise awareness among policy makers. We have the action 2, promoting community-based initiatives that combine the regeneration of marine resources with the preservation of local livelihoods. We have the action 3, promoting information campaigns for responsible tourism activities aimed at safeguarding the ecosystem and reducing pollution. And the action 4 is developing joint strategy to spread good practices of nature protection, biodiversity, and bioeconomy. What we can see from the results obtained, and you can see on the right part of the presentation in the graphics, there is a very high appreciation for the action 4 in particular, but we can say that all the actions received good interest and they are considered very important for this result. Please, we can proceed with the suggestion received for this proposed action and target groups. So as we previously see, as well, here there is an emphasis to have the cross-border dimension of the actions and to address more clearly not only the marine, but also the coastal and inland dimension of the actions as suggestion. Please, next slide. And in challenge 16, we have result number 3, the reduction of pollution in critical areas. Here, the target groups are local, regional, national authorities, and other public institutions, agencies, academic institutions, research centers, private companies, civil society organizations. And we can see that there is an extremely high appreciation for the selected target groups. In this result, we have only 2 actions. So action 1 is developing and testing innovative and ecological technological solutions to reduce pollution caused by human activities. And the action 2 is designing integrated policies aimed at limiting the anthropogenic pressure on coastal and inner regions with a specific focus on the promotion of green ports and sustainable fisheries and aquaculture models. From the results, we can see that there is a slight higher appreciation for the action 1, but both actions are considered important with very and extreme interest response from the poll. Please proceed with the suggestion. So what are saying the respondents as suggestion on the proposed actions and target groups? They consider that as well a strong emphasis should be put on cross-border dimension of action, having coastal and inland dimension. And as well, the suggestion said to address in general the sustainable exploitation of resources of the primary sector, and that is important to connect the specific objective 2.7 actions with actions related to green urban mobility and of the PO3 that was previously presented. And with this, I would conclude this presentation of the specific objective 2.7 and will give the speech.
So thank you very much, Marin and Diana. Thank you very much for your presentation and very clear situation about these two specific objectives. It's now time to remind you that if you want to ask immediate questions to the speakers, you can use the Q&A section and tool of Zoom. You may find it on your dashboard. So just if you want to raise any quick questions, please do so. But in the meanwhile, we will start already with the polls related to this topic, to this PO, Agreement Europe, and actually I will ask the technical support to launch the poll to number 1, please. The first poll, it's actually a 1 minute and a half. Do you agree on involving people with special needs among PO2 target groups? Single choice, yes or no. We will have 30 seconds for this question. Thank you very much for your answers. I'm getting already 57, 58. Very good. It seems there is a clear availability and agreement on involving people with special needs among PO2 target groups. Okay. It seems very clear, so we can close the poll. Thank you very much. Here there is the final results. Exactly, the 92% of the votes casted are in favor. Thank you very much. Let's move now to the second one. So do you agree on involving vocational training organizations among PO2 target groups? Yes and no. 1 minute for voting. Also, in this case, it seems very clear where the preferences go. So 5 more seconds, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thanks. We can close this poll, and actually the result is very similar to the previous one. So 92% answer positively to involving vocational training organizations among the target groups of PO2. Let's move now to the next one. So 2.3, are you interested in developing small projects under specific objective 2.7? Please, the same rule, 1 minute to vote.
Yes, just to complement.
Silvia, we cannot hear you.
Yes, okay. So basically here, as we said this morning, we are discussing about small projects, and we are considering small projects to be implemented in 2.7. So on environmental protection, nature, biodiversity issues. Small projects are projects with a smaller budget, more concrete, very defined actions, less beneficiaries, and they are foreseen by the regulation.
Thank you very much, Silvia. And I will also ask for stopping the poll. It seems we have also as well a clear answer. It's a yes. 81% of votes casted, it's in favor for small projects under this specific objective. Okay, let's move now to the next one, 2.4. Would you be interested in targeted actions on endangered species protection and green infrastructure implementation? Single choice, yes or no? 1 minute to go. Thank you very much. Twenty seconds left. Please cast your vote in case you didn't. It seems that today it's a very positive day. We are getting a lot of positive messages from this consultation. So thank you all very, very much. We can now close the poll. And the answer is yes. So the 81% of the casted votes, it's in favor for targeted actions on species protection and green infrastructure implementation. Okay, let's move now to the last for this PO, the question 2.5, please. Shall the program support actions to prevent the effects of exceptional storms and seawater level rise? Thank you very much for expressing your choices. Still 20 seconds for the last votes. We are more than 130 participants today, this afternoon. So thank you all for being here since this morning, but we are almost there and we are contributing to shape even more the program. So we can close the poll now. Thank you very much. And the answer is yes as well for the 82% of the respondents. Thank you very much for interacting with us with the direct polls. Let me now leave the floor for an intervention from your side or free intervention. Just raise your hands if you want to free intervene, comment on what has been said up to now, and as well if you want to ask a specific question to the speakers up to now, just use the Q&A tool on Zoom. Thank you. Any question, any free intervention? Okay, there's no request. Actually, Francesca, shall we actually answer? We got a previous question. We can now answer to this.
Yes, okay. If Miss Ivana Golets would like to better explain us her question is pending from our previous workshop. She will be able to speak now, or if not, we'll try to answer anyway. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please, you can go ahead. We hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, great. My question was regarding the construction of the building that we have here in Neretva region, in Dubrovnik-Neretva region. And we are now in the process of public procurement for documentation for that building. After that, we will have papers done until June 2022, and we would like with that papers to apply to Interreg. Is it possible? We would like to make one kind of interpretive center that will be, of course, for visitors and for researchers and for kids and everything. And we would like to have there some kind of research station. We would like to have educational activities over there, and of course to make some kind of multimedia for biodiversity in America. Is that possible through Interact program? That was my question. If it's not, if you are maybe confused with my question, I can of course go into details. But that was my general question.
Yes, I can try to reply. Thank you for your question. The sound was a bit not very clear, so I might have. Okay. So if we understand correctly, you are talking about some building that needs to be renovated and with the scope to promote different services or different approach in different topics like environmental topics or cultural topics, and it's kind of different uses that you can do of this building. If that is the case, we would advise you to have a look at the different actions that we have foreseen, in which we have pilot actions, including also small-scale infrastructure, in particular within the challenge 16, we're on specific objective 2.7, dealing with the preservation of nature, biodiversity, and green infrastructure. There you can find also some specific actions related to this kind of intervention, with the aim of protecting biodiversity, habitats, and endangered species. So that would be our first advice, if that could be responding to your needs.
Okay, great. But the thing that I said before, we have a line here in PO4, Action 4, designing and creating interpretative centers. So it's not possible to apply our building within that action, or?
Yes, in PO4, so under specific objective 4.6, and you're referring to challenge 30, which is dealing with the innovative integrated offers of coastal tourism. And we have an action which is dealing with the designing and creating interpretation center for joint promotion of transnational routes and products. So this action is actually in a different specific objective. So we are in the culture and sustainable tourism priority. Okay. And these kind of interpretation centers, as they were proposed within this specific objective, are more linked to tourist services and kind of facilities that can be implemented for the sake of sustainable tourism in the area. So that is the main focus of this kind of interpretation center. So depending on what is the focus and the aim that you want to reach with your action, so with also the aim that you want to reach with your the facilities, the kind of services that you want to implement in the building that you have, then you should either consider one specific objective related to environment or the other one related to culture. It's really about what you want, who are your target groups, and what you want to reach with that.
We have a specific situation over here, because our aim, beside of the interpretative and educational activities, is that we would like to make some kind of small hostel, if I can say like that. So in one way, we are oriented to tourism, to active tourism. And that building should be, of course, implemented in a way that we will have those rooms so that people can come over there and sleep over if they want to research Italy-Croatia. But in other case, we have that moment of interpretative activities within the biodiversity of Neretva. and protected areas, Ramsar areas, and Natura 2000 sites. So it's a little bit mixed up. So we have a tourist aspect and we have also the other aspects. So if we decide to apply it, so what would be the right measure for applying? I mean, what would be the right PO to apply it? Because it's a little bit mixed up.
Yeah, I understand your point. It's a very specific situation that it's a bit difficult to assess now in the current state of programming, because it will really depend also on the specific call for proposals. So for the moment, we suggest you to better investigate about these actions and these specific objectives, which are the ones you could consider for your projects, and then it will highly depend also on the calls that will be published in the future. So specific assessment from your side could be done also considering the call documents in the next years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Silvia, also for your answers. Actually, we have two questions on the Q&A. The first one is related to actions regarding the SECAP, so the Covenant of Majors, considered if some actions related to this are considered actually under this priority. I don't know if you or Diana or Marin would like to answer to this.
So this is related to 2.4. I would give the floor to Diana, because we already are financing this kind of actions.
Okay, thank you very much. Diana?
Yes, I agree. We already financed these actions. Actually, there are a few examples in a current standard projects in this program. So this would be possible under the result 1 of challenge 12, sharing of methodologies and approaches to define new or improved adaptation strategies. Under the actions, promoting cooperation, exchanging good practices, and also maybe under the results 2, increase the effectiveness of joint monitoring system, in encouraging the development or capitalization of gathering tools, promoting networking activities, and also maybe in result 3, under the action integrated cross-border community-based initiatives. Yes, anyone can add something, maybe Sylvia.
Yes, I agree with Diana. It's in continuity with the current program, and 2.4 would definitely be the best way to implement such actions.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions and your answers. There's now another question on the question and answer tool related to the interest from the program to fund the extensions or enlargement of previously funded platforms in order to build on the previously achieved results, and as well if this interest, if there is interest also to fund the creation, the realization of ideas developed in the project funded previously. This is from Mrs. Daria Pov-Skubor, and I will leave this to the managing authority, so either Francesca or Anna Flavia, please.
Yes, thank you, Ivano. If I correctly understand the questions, maybe that it is referred to the call for the restricted call for the savings of this programming period. Because in the question there is the...
U klasterima, ali ima ga I u novom ovom?
Yeah, the call for cluster project. Yeah. So the capitalization of the result is the focus of this call. And so if the previous projects that you can find grouped in the cluster contained a platform, of course, yes, you can propose the extension of that platform in this new call.
Yes, maybe we can see if we can, if the participant want to complement the question, if we can give to this participant the possibility to intervene in the workshop. So. And just to maybe add up on this, of course, regarding the previous developed platform from, let's say, technical side, it's there is always a matter of sustainability of the outputs that has to be considered. On the one side, that outputs developed in this programming period should be sustainable over time and should be continued by the projects after the project end. And the other on the other side, of course, any improvement, any continuation in terms of adding program areas or adding specific functions to platform, that could be definitely be room for capitalization of the outputs, even from one programming period to another. So it depends very much on what kind of actions you have in mind regarding the platform. On the current call for proposal that we opened yesterday, you will see that there is room also to develop project ideas for the next programming period. So this is also one of the things that we would like to stimulate the projects to do, also to prepare for the next programming period, but also to exploit as much as possible the results achieved in the current period, and to somehow create a bridge to the next programming period.
Okay, thank you very much, Silvia and Anna Flavia, for your clarifications in this sense. Okay, I will say we can now move to the next topic on the agenda. It is actually PO1. As far as I see, there are no more questions or requests for interaction. So we move now to A Smarter Europe. For this, we will have also to listen to overall introduction from the EP drafter that then will be splitted afterwards to two representatives from the JS, who actually will then present us what are the results for priority 1.1, and this will be done by Natalia Adzitz, and then the specific objective 1.4 that will be presented by Mr. Paolo Rotoni. So thank you very much and welcome. Now I give the floor to Emiliano Bona again for the presentation of the architecture for PO1 A Smarter Europe. Please.
Thank you. So I will present you now the PO1 that concern a more competitive and a smarter Europe, and in particular the specific objective 1, which is related to develop and enhancing research and innovation capacities. Given that about these themes, the program area has identified some weakness that above all in terms of public-private collaboration applied research, level of research and development expenditure, and personnel dedicated. A first main challenge is especially addressed to strengthening research capacities and promoting technology transfer process, especially in the blue economy sector, given the maritime dimension of the area. So given that first expected results, given this challenge, the first expected results that the programs aim to achieve is to improve the performance related to applied research and technological transfer through a stronger collaboration among the quadruple helix actors. Given this focus, the four action proposed deals with supporting industrial pre-feasibility studies, favoring engagement of relevant innovation players in Europe, promoting synergies with other ATC programs and European initiatives, promoting the applied research and technological transfer through a stronger cross-border collaboration amongst quadruple helix actors, providing ICT services and web cloud facilities for private companies to jointly improve the access to research and advanced technologies. And finally, promoting a cross-border innovation ecosystem through long-term cooperation agreements among public-private actors. Actually, there are 5 actions, not 4, sorry. Then another important challenge concerns instead to attract and to maintain a higher number of young researchers in the system, as well as attracting private and public financial research for research. 2 expected results have been identified at 2 different levels. To increase the number of research employed in private sector and STEM PhD students, facilitating their cross-border mobility among institutions with shared research scholarship, and promoting collaboration between universities and private companies to facilitate graduates' entry into labor market. So, given the nature of challenge and expected results and the typology of action, the targets group are that have been identified include local, regional, national authorities and other public institutions, academic institutions, research center, private companies, entrepreneur and business support organization, and finally, the civil society organization. As you can see, we have the main actions of the quadruple helix. So for me, it's enough.
Okay, thank you. Now for point 1.1, Natalia Adzic will present us the main features actually of the answers from the survey received. Welcome, Natalia, and
yes. Thank you, Ivano. Well, good afternoon to all. My name is Natalia Adzic, and I am the project manager within JS. And thank you for staying with us till the last, but as said, not the least, 2 specific objectives, 1.1 and 1.4. I know that we are all tired after this extensive, let's say, but extremely useful day. So I would like to ask you to stay with us for additionally approximately half an hour, where I will present specific objective 1.1. Or developing and chasing research and innovation capacities and the uptake of advanced technologies. So under this specific objective 1.1, we have 2 challenges. First one is the building on the strong research capacities to activate dynamics of technological transfer, especially for the, sorry, it was some especially for the sectors of the blue economy, through a stronger dialogue of the quadruple helix actors and attracting the available private and public financial resource for research and development. Here we have very high interest of the target groups selected, and we have 5 actions identified. Action number 1, supporting common industrial pre-feasibility studies for new products, applications, and territorial marine monitoring systems. Then action number 2, promoting synergies with other ETC programs, Horizon Europe and LIFE, in order to facilitate the engagement of relevant innovation players in the EU. Then action number 3, promoting applied research and technological transfer through a stronger cross-border collaboration among quadruple helix actors, especially in blue economy sectors, circular economy practices, and digitalization. Action number 4, providing ICT services and web cloud facilities for private companies to jointly improve the access to research and advanced technologies. And action number 5, promoting a cross-border innovation ecosystem through long-term cooperation agreements among the relevant actors of quadruple helix approach. So, as you can see, for all actions is quite a similar percentage in very interested and extremely interested fields. We can proceed to suggestions. There is one suggestion on improvement of knowledge in hydrogen fuel cells for navigation, as well as to put strong accent on the development of marine monitoring systems. Also to put, let's say, focus on artificial intelligence, and higher attention should be paid to the participation of academia institutions. Also for the target groups, it was not mentioned, Chamber of Commerce, which should be added, as well as additional suggestion to support in the form of allocation of funds directly to entrepreneurs with the aim of improving and enhancing their business and competitiveness. For example, development of new products and services. So, on the next challenge, we have attracting and maintaining a higher number of younger researchers in the system by widening career perspectives towards market-oriented research and cross-border research projects. Here as well is the high interest, extremely interest target groups selected, so it means that we chosen well. We have under this challenge 2 actions. And they are both quite similar results, with very interested and extremely interested. Action number 1, facilitating cross-border mobility of researchers through cooperation agreements among Italian and Croatian institutions for shared research scholarships. And action number 2, implementing joint research on emerging market needs and new business opportunities, mainly in the blue economy sectors, fostering the attraction of public-private investments and increasing number of researchers in the private sector. Under this challenge, we have 3 quite similar suggestions. If someone can proceed to the next slide. Where it is, they are quite understandable to foster the creation of international PhD schools or industrial doctoral network. Also to not only researchers coming from academia should be targeted, but also high school students. And promotion of development of entrepreneurship among students and researchers. So we can conclude that all actions are well chosen and comments and suggestions quite understandable. And they are under the challenges already and actions proposed. So I don't know, maybe now my colleague Paolo will present a specific objective 1.4, and then we can proceed with the poll and question and answers.
Thank you very much. Paolo, welcome.
Can you start with a presentation?
Emiliano first,
Emiliano,
and then Paolo, yes.
Before,
Okay. Okay. So let's move now to the specific objective 4 that concern developing skills for smart specialization, industrial transition, and entrepreneurship. And the program area lies below the European average with regard to percentages of employees in high and medium high technology manufacturing and knowledge-intensive service. And in this context, in this framework, the smart specialization strategies can be a stronger driver for the governance of innovation process. And this has been even more evident after the COVID pandemic that has fastened the integration of digitalization in the society, raising the demand for digital infrastructure and service. So this is why this specific objective 4 is so important for the program, and the program choose to include it primarily investing in SME, enhancing their collaboration practice and supporting their innovation capacities in competitive domains such as blue economy sectors and in relevant topics such as circular economy. Thus, possible actions are to foster innovation in product and process and to develop new sustainable technologies. It is important with the reference to these actions, also the collaboration with cultural and creative industries, and building or reinforcing transformation and digitalization skills in order to boost innovations. A second expected result is instead related to increase internationalization capacity of SME, once again on blue economy domains mainly. The financeable action in this case deals with developing and consolidating skills referred to internationalization and capacity to attract foreign investments and or to jointly promote products and services on international markets, and accessing market intelligence services for exploring emerging opportunities and to develop innovative business concepts in order to comply with the international needs. Another essential challenge within the specific objective 4 is to intensify the smart specialization governance process, giving priority to human resource knowledge and new business initiatives. The program has therefore identified the following actions that are expected to achieve two different results. The first one is a higher consistency of smart specialization strategies with a major focus on maritime dimension, and actions are fostering the setting up of cross-border knowledge hubs to stimulate dialogue and increase cooperation in the common areas of expertise of smart specialization strategies, and fostering the diffusion of new approach to the use of technology and applied research for transformative change in SME. The second result instead is related to a higher preparedness of business for smart specialization in terms of qualified human capital and appropriate entrepreneurial skills. The exemplary financial action are supporting cross-border initiatives, training programs, and mutual learning like know-how and best practice in order to qualify human capital and to improve entrepreneurial skills in common smart specialization domain. Again, with special focus on blue and green skills, ICT skills, and digital transition. And also boost entrepreneurial skills of graduates in order to facilitate their entry into the labor market and the added value in innovation and smart specialization capacity for the private companies they join. So again, given the typology of action and the main nature of the challenge, the target group are the same of the specific objective one. And so local, regional, national authorities and other public institutions and agencies, academic and education institution, research center, private company, SME, entrepreneur and business support organization, and finally, the civil society organizations. So it's fine for me. It's all.
So thank you very much, Paolo. Let me actually
Emiliano.
Emiliano, sorry. So now it's
Paolo.
It's Paolo's time. Thank you very much. We all need a coffee, sorry. So please, Paolo, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivano. Okay. Because I'm being the last panel is always a great role, I understand. So I'm Paolo Rotoni. There is no need to explain how we proceed to explain the graphic and the results. I'm Paolo Rotoni. I'm member of the DJS and project manager of the DJS. So we can start with to have a look to the results of the survey. So as I explained before, this specific objective is the title is Developing Skill for Smart Specialization, Industrial Transition and Entrepreneurship, with the challenge strengthening the SMEs through increased collaboration, practice, and support to innovation competent domains. As you can see from the results, the action that we propose are in general in line with the beneficiary needs, with people who respond to the survey. So the two actions, the first action is enhancing entrepreneurial capacity to foster innovation in products and process, also through the promotion and collaboration with cultural and creative industry. The second one is building on reinforcing transformation in digital skills of SMEs and their networks in order to boost innovation mainly in blue economy sector and adopting circular economy practice. I would like to point out just in these slides in three probably important key points. One is the smart specialization concept that of course smart specialization is probably everybody knows, but it's better to clarify that smart specialization is a strategy, national strategy. So it's for us as a territorial cooperation program for people who apply to the projects. It's mainly a framework and there is a prioritization of the policy for innovation. So in that case, probably we have to think about to be in line with the main priority choose from the national or regional authority. The other points very important. The other 2 points. One is also we have in the action one the consideration of culture and creative industries. Here it's very interesting because here culture and creative industries appear here, but also as you already saw this morning, already it's considered in the priority 4. So here probably we consider culture and creative industries also related to the digitalization process. I suppose probably we have to consider in this way. The last very important points, I think it's probably here we need another workshop to reflect on the concept of blue economy, because here you can see in the action too, we have to boost innovation mainly in blue economy. Blue economy just to make a very short reflection, blue economy, okay, is related to the sea and to the maritime dimension, but in general is an evolution of the green economy. Is how can I say, it's more related to an ecological approach. So to how to use existing natural resource to improve also the industrial process. So the concept of blue economy here in our program, probably we can have a more like a blue thinking, I can consider. So these 3 points is quite important. So and then we have in all also in the other priority. If you go ahead, thank you, with the other slide now. Also, we have the suggestion. As you can see, there is the main points is to involve a training organization, of course, in the target groups, and also support SMEs in relation to the green translation. Here we can say also blue transition, and also to support allocation funds direct to entrepreneurs, probably to develop new products or new services. So that's the first slide. If you go to the other challenge, also we have developed skills, the same specific objective, but the challenge is strengthening the SMEs through increased collaboration practice and support innovation in competitive domains. But the results is increased internationalization. As you can see, the 2 actions, we have only 2 actions. Here is developing, consolidating entrepreneurial skills related to the refer to the internationalization, the capacity to attract foreign investment, and or to jointly promote products and serve international markets. The other action is more related because supporting SME to develop needed skills to access market intelligence services for exploring emerging opportunities and to develop innovative business. Here we can see that there is this, the idea is to collaborate among the 2 countries and the 2 to the stakeholder, to the 2 countries, Italy and Croatia, to go to the international market, to face the international markets. So it's very important to think about this important point, because sometimes there is the idea, when there is the cross-border collaboration, to close, to see the market as only within the national markets. Here, instead, there is the need, and there is the idea to go to the international market. So here to develop skills related to the entrepreneurial skills to face the international market. So if you go ahead with the other slides to see the suggestion. Also here there is the suggestion to involve vocational training in the target groups. Also in the target group. Also here you can see also the Chamber of Commerce to be headed as a target groups, but probably we can assume the Chamber of Commerce is a business support organization. So, and also there is the how can I say, the suggestion to create a large partnership among SMEs and the scientific institution to create a large and serious cross-border action. That is probably one of the main aspect to face in this priority for the program, of course. Also, there is the suggestion to think about the allocation fund direct to entrepreneurs. I suppose there is another one. Okay. this challenge and these results is more related with smart specialization strategies and to intensify the governance process. Here, it's quite interesting, this challenge and also the action proposed, because the action one is fostering the setting of cross-border knowledge hubs. The concept of knowledge hubs could be very interesting, can have different applications to stimulate dialogue and increase cooperation in common area of expertise of smart specialization strategies. So here probably we can think about the idea to concentrate the knowledge on specific smart specialization priorities in specific knowledge hubs. That could be very interesting. Also, the other action is fostering the diffusion of a new approach to the use of technology and apply research for transformative change in SMEs. Clearly in the priority one, also in the specific objective 1.4, but also 1.1, the element of the transferring technology, to use new technology, and also to face the problem, not the problem, the possibility of the digitalization is always already present in all action or in all suggestion. And here, okay, there is the concept to work also in intensify the smart specialization governance process, but here probably it could be very interesting to have a meeting or it's necessary to deep this challenge probably because the governance process of smart specialization is a complex process. So probably there is the last one. Here there is the suggestions about always the suggestion to involve vocational training organization, but probably it's correct, because if we talk about to improve the skills, it's it's necessary to involve all the vocational training organization, not exclusively the universities, of course. And I suppose this is the last one. No, there is another one. No, okay. Here, clearly the target groups, it's already always more or less the same, and always there is a general satisfaction about the choice of these target groups from the participant to the survey. So you can see here local, regional, and national authorities, other public institutions, agency, and here clearly in this priority we have research center and private companies, of course. And if we have look to the actions, we can have the action 1, supporting cross-border initiative training programs and mutual learning in order to qualify human capital and to improve entrepreneurial skills in common smart specialization domain, with special focus on blue and green skills, ICT skills, and digital transition. Okay, here we have a lot of elements and topics, but it's very also there is the common elements related to focus in some specialization domain and to focus the effort to make to improve the skills more related to the smart specialization domains. These elements quite interesting because we have to think about smart specialization as a national strategy, as a framework for territorial cooperation, and also here there is the suggestion also to improve the skills in the same field of the smart specialization domains. That's the main focus of the action 1 in this case. Also, the action 2 is boost entrepreneurial skill of graduates in order to facilitate their entry in labor market and the added value in innovation and smart specialization capacity. for the private company. Probably here behind these two actions, there is the idea to support and to face the problem of the both sides of the Italy-Croatia program. That is, there is the process of depopulation of the young people. Probably we have to think to create a better place to work for the young people, and probably that's why there is the choose of action 1 or action 2 in these fields. So the other nothing to add to vocational training organization. Probably it's the same person who had to several times. Okay, and also there is the Chamber of Commerce to be added, but I don't think there is no problem to add the Chamber of Commerce, because it's one of the main actors for the service to enterprise. So okay. So that's all, I suppose. I hope there is some still human beings still alive under the 100, the number of participants. I am satisfied if there are only 10 people, it's okay, but okay. Thank you very much. I give the floor again to Ivan.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Yes, we are here. We will continue actually for this and even more. So thank you for your presentation, both to you and Natalia and Emiliano as well. I think it was very clear. We have actually one hand raised from Mrs. Carmen Kutniak, whom I actually now give the floor. Please, Mrs. Kutniak, if you want to share something with us, please, the floor is yours. Probably there's some. Okay, microphone. Probably it's a previous hand raised. Could be the case. Okay, so yes, so thank you. Anyway, if you want still to share something with us, you can use the Q&A. Okay, since we have no other requests for immediate reaction, I will pass now to the poll. And actually, for this priority, we have also 5 questions. And yes, I would ask now the technical support to please share with all of us the relevant question 1.1. If you are interested in forms of allocation of funds to SMEs, with the aim of targeting specific domains of the blue economy with a high potential in terms of growth and innovation based on Italy-Croatian business cooperation between SMEs. Thank you very much. There are still... Yes, please, Silvia.
Yes, sorry, Ivano, just to give some context information about this question that is about fostering cooperation among SMEs under the policy objective 1, and in particular, the proposal, the opportunity to dedicate part of the funds of the program to this type of specific cooperation between SMEs. And in particular regarding business cooperation and in innovation and smart specialization domains.
Thank you very much, Silvia, for the clarification. I think we have some seconds to go. And yes, we're still getting some answer. Okay. 15 minutes left, please. 15 seconds, sorry. 15 seconds left, please. Okay, I think we got, yes, the results. Out of 33 answered casted, we have received 26 for yes, so 79% of the respondents are actually confirming these interests. Let's now move to the second question for this interaction. Are you interested in fostering the creation of international PhD schools or industrial doctoral networks within PO1? Single choice, please.
Yes, Ivano, just to explain this question, is something coming from the free comments we collected through the online survey. So we found it very interesting, and we would like to know if also the other stakeholders interested in this PO would be also interested in this kind of action. Thank you.
Still some seconds. Okay, we should be there very soon. Okay, thank you. We can close now the poll. If out of 35 questions answers received, you have now the 69% actually for yes, confirming the interest for the creation of this. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move now to the 1.3. Do you agree to target also high school students within these actions? Same rule as the previous ones. Thank you. Actually, I see that Mrs. Carmen Kutniak is raising her hand again. If you want to intervene now, please, you can switch on your microphone and we will be very eager to listen to you. Still a few seconds for you to answer to the poll. Okay, I think we can close the poll again, and the results are. The result is yes. Of course, 82% of the answers have been casted for targeting high school students as well. Let's move now to the next question, 1.4. Do you think it is useful to involve vocational training organization among the target groups for PO1? Yes or no? Still, we have a few seconds. Still waiting for a few more answers. Still have 15 seconds. Okay, we can close the poll. We actually have 36 answers agreeing on involving vocational training organization among target groups for PO1. So thank you again. And now the last question for this section related to your agreement to explore the circular economy as a cross-cutting theme for new purposes. Still a few seconds for voting. Okay. Okay, we can close now the poll. And the result is yes. So there's a quite huge agreement now. 95% of answers actually agreeing on exploring circular economy as a cross-cutting theme for purposes. So thank you very much for your answers and interaction. So now I would ask the technical support. Okay, this is fine. Okay. In this moment, so please let me inform you that we are now a bit in advance with respect to our agenda. So we will anyway continue at least trying to get, in case any participants who actually may join us only for PO1 later on. And I would like to ask to Francesca or to Silvia if there's any other reaction you would like to share with us today. And as also, let's say, as a main conclusion, at least of these parts for the interaction, any interesting element that you will bring back for preparing the new program, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ivano. We have some more two questions we received as a panelist. The first one is concerning the possibility to finance projects foresee actions in line with the use air flagships within PO1. And the other that is a bit connected with this item because of the inter-program cooperation is, are you interested in developing projects in complementarity and synergies with other Interact programs? Okay, so maybe Silvia is replying the first one, and then yeah, I can take on board the second one. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Yes, regarding the coherence and the synergy and the possible contribution to the EOSF flagship within PO1, as we also explained before regarding PO2, we had a similar question. The Interact program template allows us to also concentrate and to provide information about the coherence with the macro-regional strategy. And in the program strategy that was developed in the past months, the specific actions related to the user flagship also within PO1 were taken in high consideration in the development of the program. So, so the answer is yes, there is room in the program, there is high consideration about this importance framework strategy that is also one piece of the inputs and of the needed content that we need to take into consideration in the program. So definitely you will find more information in the program regarding also PO1, and in the actions there are specific references also to some of the flagships, in particular those that are more linked to research and innovation, and also with skills, so development of specific skills, in particular in the domains that we have just seen, internationalization and smart specialization and entrepreneurial skills in general. So yeah, so positive answer in this regard.
Yes, also regarding the second question, of course, as we as program bodies, sorry, MA and JS, we definitely support this kind of complementarities with the other Interreg programs, but even also with other funds, direct and other ones, because we are now really taking into account the job is going on within Interact, and for example, and also at the national level, trying to really find the complementarities among Interact programs of the Adriatic area in our case, and also with those there, as Silvia already spoke to you. So probably at the call for proposal level, you will find some more details on that, some proposals, some suggestion in order to really take into consideration this challenge. We hope really to see something interesting coming in the next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both Silvia and Francesca. Let me open again if there is any other quick reactions by using the question and answers tool in Zoom, or raising your hands from the participants. Please don't be shy. It's the moment to ask if you may have any later and the latest comment or request. We have the program buddies here, the experts from the JS, and also our, let's say, you as main practitioners as well of the program. You can take advantage of this availability today. We have as well the drafters of the new cooperation program. So if you want to ask something, please don't be shy. Okay, I guess that everything was clear. We assumed that everything was clear, and also the questions and the requests were basically done and well answered. So it's a kind of appreciation to all the work done by the managing authority, the secretariat, as well as the national authorities and the experts who have worked in this process until now. Let me now ask if Silvia, Francesca, or Anna Flavia, they would like to quickly summarize this day and how we, you as program, you will be continuing in this path in the upcoming, let's say, days. And in the meanwhile, let's see if we will get also other interested stakeholders for especially PO1. Please, Francesca or Silvia.
Yeah, thank you, Ivano. Yes, just to sum up what we have already explained to you this morning. We really thank you all for your comments and for your answers we collected through the online survey. We have taken them all on board in our programming process. And the next step will be for sure to share with you all these documents or these results and also the video of this webinar in our website. So please keep an eye on this on the post 2020 section in order to find all. And then we will discuss all these results and these proposals, both the ones coming from the online survey and the one coming from the pools, so your answers. We will discuss them together with the task force in order to consider them and include them in the IP that will be sent officially to the European Commission. So thank you very much for your input and your participation again. And if you have any questions, we will be happy even in the next days to come to you and to reply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. So let me now give the floor.
Thank you again, also from my side. First of all, to you, Ivano, for your resilience, for your really enthusiastic help to us and to our participants, and also to be so kind to give the floor from one to the other one and to correct us when some minor mistakes anyway happens in this kind of events. So thank you also to our supporter from JS and experts, of course, and to our platea for being with us so for a long time. We are ready, as I said at the beginning of this event, to take into account any suggestions and to make our best for the next program. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Anna Flavia. Thanks to all the team. Thanks also to the participants for their active participation, and of course also to the technical support for the great job they did for allowing us to interact today with all this. So now I will say that for the webinar is over. So for the participants who actually would like to leave and they have no more interest, I think, in PO1, they are able to leave, whilst for the others, we can stay until when we will see if there is any other one that may join us for some other clarification related to PO1, even if I think that basically everybody was there, as the numbers are confirming. It's afternoon, and all over Europe it's time to either conclude the working day and come back to other business. So yes, I don't think we have more participants, but okay, we can wait here a few moments more. We have a Q&A from Giuseppe Lupino thanking us for this. Thank you very much, Giuseppe. Anyway, for the ones who are staying and they want to benefit of this few waiting moments for whatever will be the needs, I guess the team will be very happy to reply. seems that there is no more question. So you can stay quiet.
I don't know. We can start a discussion on the concept of blue economy.
As well, yes, Paolo, if you wish, yes, you can start it now.
No, okay. No, because sometimes probably it's sometimes a problem related with it's our problem with people who works inside the program or the structure. No, then we consider for that everybody the knowledge about the topics is the same. You know, so. For instance, I think that if I think about blue economy in Italy or in Croatia or in other country, just this main topics, probably people will have different opinion. They consider, and that's a great problem sometimes because we make a great effort to create governance and administrative structure, etc. But sometimes we forgot to clarify the point at the beginning. So, it's okay.
Anyway, I mean, it's
because
it's always a good start. Okay, thank you very much, Paolo, for your proactiveness, I would say. So I guess that we are done. I guess we are done because as far as I see from the number of participants, we are now with the same as when we started. A lot of them are already leaving, so thank you everybody again for being here. And I conclude saying that the consultation webinar is over for today. Anyway, I guess the JES, as already said previously, the JES and the managing authority are at your complete disposal for any question or need regarding the consultation process and the drafting process of the 21-27 Italy-Croatia program. And in this, let me wish you all good luck, good work, and of course, to cope with the deadlines from the Commission and submit as soon as you can the best and better program for the next programming period. Thea, yes, you raised the hand. Yes, please.
Can I propose something together with Silvia, please? If possible, without masks, if everybody of the panelists can turn on the cameras, so I can screenshot
family picture.
Family picture, family photo.
Yeah. And we send our best to all the European Territorial Cooperation friends on Twitter.
Good.
Are you ready?
Ready.
No, non siete ready.
Mancano.
Angelo, Emiliano, Emanuele.
I think they don't have a webcam, so we have to do with what we have.
Okay, so smile. Smile, thank you.
Yeah, we don't have camera.
Okay, too bad. You're not going to Europe.
But maybe one day we have the possibility to see us.
We can use Photoshop to add an image after.
Exactly.
I think I did it. So
thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Ivano.
Yeah,
thank you, Thea.
You're all welcome.
Thank
Bye-bye,
you.
and have a nice evening.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.